try to go live. Maybe tomorrow I'll hang out with a character that everyone's been asking about. And we will do that together. And yeah, I love you all so much, and I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Today we have a really cool video for you guys. It'll be a collection of 4 stories that are all fan favorites, and they all share a theme: camping horror stories. These stories have all been totally re-edited, so even if you've seen them before, it's going to feel new and improved. That was the whole point of doing this. We wanted this to feel like a brand new viewing experience. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to refill the like button's Keurig machine, but instead of
water, go ahead and take all the water from inside of those baggies that contain fresh mozzarella cheese and just dump that gross gray water in there. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. In April of 2020, a 17-year-old named Sam, who was an avid outdoorsman, decided to go on a one-night hike in the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. The mountain's name has a bunch of supposed origins, but the one that's generally accepted is people are afraid of the Superstition Mountains because of all the mysterious deaths that have occurred there. And so because people would avoid these mountains in fear of mysterious death, it became these superstitious mountains. But Sam was not superstitious and regularly came out here to go hiking, in particular on this 8-mile loop that went through a canyon. And so this one night overnight he planned on doing was going to be on that 8-mile loop where he'd do 4 miles in, camp out, and then 4 miles back. And he planned to do it with a friend, but his friend at the last minute canceled, and so Sam teetered on not even doing it, but ultimately decided, okay, I'll just do it by myself because I'm very familiar with this area. On the day he was supposed to go do this hike, he had planned on getting there early in the day to have maximum lighting, but due to some unforeseen circumstances and traffic and bad road conditions, he didn't get to the trailhead until 5:45 p.m. that night. Sam knew it was a bad idea to start this hike so late because he was going to run out of daylight. He probably was not going to make it 4 miles to the point where he planned on camping out, but he figured with his good health and fitness, he could probably quickly make his way to the 2 or even 3 mile mark, and there were some suitable campsites there. And so he decided he would kind of risk it and just try to go as fast as he could and use the daylight he had to reach a suitable campsite. But he wasn't able to move as fast as he thought he could, and soon the sun was down and it's totally dark, and he's got his flashlight, but that only is able to shine like 10 feet in front of him. And then at one point he nearly falls off of this rock, and he knows had he fallen, he would have gotten really badly hurt. And he's 15 miles away from the nearest help, and he's in a bad cell phone service area, and the roads getting out here are treacherous. No one knows exactly where he is, and it dawns on him that you've made a pretty bad choice, and you should stop right now and make camp here and not try to risk it any further. And so as it happened, where he was, there was this forest right nearby, and he could see there was a clearing about 30 feet off the path when he shined his light. And so he walked into that clearing, and he found it was a great spot to make camp, and in fact, on the edge of this clearing was the remnants of a fire pit. It was very old, but it at least showed someone had camped out right here, and they seemed to have made it just fine. So suddenly he was feeling pretty smart, and he felt pretty good about where he was staying for the night. Now, Sam intentionally did not bring a tent. He liked to sleep on a sleeping pad with a sleeping bag over that, and then he would string up a tarp over the top of him in case it rained. And since this clearing was surrounded by a bunch of pine trees, he was able to string up his tarp over the top, and it was perfect. And pretty soon he had a fire going, and then he cracked open a can of beans, and he began eating his dinner. And as he was eating, he started to get a sense that something was off, something was not right. He began scanning the tree line as if he was going to find something out of the ordinary, but his visibility was incredibly limited because he was sitting right up against a fire. And if you've ever sat next to a fire in a dark forest, your visibility is like 5 feet in a circle around the fire. You really cannot see beyond that. And his vision was also limited by all the pine trees that encircled his clearing. So he really could only see what was immediately around him, nothing else. And he starts thinking, that's gotta be it. Maybe I'm just nervous because I have no visibility. But as he's rationalizing this kind of bad gut feeling, a rock the size of a marble comes soaring into the campsite and lands at his feet. And he looks down at the rock, and immediately he connects that to that sense of dread he had. And he's looking around a little more aggressively now, but again, his vision is very, very limited. And so for the next 15 minutes, Sam is really aggressively scanning the tree line and listening really intently, and he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see any more rocks get thrown. And so he begins to rationalize and convince himself that there's nothing wrong here. That feeling I have, oh, don't worry about that. He starts telling himself, I must have kicked a rock, that's what it is. Or maybe a rock fell off a tree. But either way, it's something totally explainable and you got nothing to worry about. And after a little while, he convinced himself and he got into his sleeping bag under his tarp and he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sam wakes up and he has that same sense of dread, and now it's back with a vengeance. And he can't hear anything, he can't see anything, but he's definitely feeling like something is wrong. And at that moment, as he's listening really intently and looking really carefully, he hears the sound of rustling leaves. It sounds like someone walking through leaves about 30 or 40 meters away from his campsite. And initially, he can't tell if this person or animal is walking towards his campsite or away, but over the next 30 seconds or so, the sounds start to fade, and he convinces himself that, okay, they've left and everything's fine. But just in case, he wanted to grab his flashlight and shine it in that direction, and so he reaches next to him where he had left it when he had gone to bed a couple hours earlier, and he can't find his flashlight. He's looking around for it, and he can't find it, and he's like, man, that's weird. I had it right here, right next to my body, and it's not here anymore. And that's when the alarm bells start going off in his head, because the only way this flashlight moves is if he moved it. And if it's not here, how did it move? And so he jumps out of his sleeping bag, he ducks out from under the tarp, and he's looking around on the ground in the immediate vicinity of where he was sleeping to find this flashlight. And as he's looking, out of the corner of his eye, he sees some light. And he turns his head, and in the same direction that he had heard those footsteps, those rustling leaves, when he was still laying down, he sees his flashlight laying on the ground about 10 meters away, which means someone or something had been less than a foot away from him to get this flashlight that was right next to him while he was fast asleep and totally helpless, and had moved it all the way over there. And immediately, Sam thinks to himself, that's a trap. They are trying to lure me away from my campsite. Suddenly, he felt so scared he wanted to vomit, but he knew in order to survive this situation, he needed to keep his wits about him. So he puts his boots on and he grabs his knife, and he knows he's not leaving this campsite. In fact, he's going to build the biggest fire he can. He's going to stoke that fire as big as he can get it, and he's not going to go anywhere near that flashlight.
Wake up, and smell the café.
For the next several hours, Sam just stood in the middle of his campsite holding his knife, preparing to confront whatever the heck is out in the woods. And over those several hours, he would hear footsteps approach his campsite, turn around, and leave. Every time the fire got lower, he noticed they would come closer and closer and closer, and when he would stoke the fire, they wouldn't come as close. But at about 3 a.m., he ran out of firewood. So unless he went into the woods to get more, he'd be out, and he's certainly not going into the woods. That's the whole point, is to avoid the woods where this thing is. And so as the fire died down, Sam prepared himself mentally for whatever happened next, because he knew that with that fire gone, this thing was comfortable coming all the way in, coming all the way up right next to him to get the flashlight. And so finally, he hears the footsteps approaching, and before this, the closest they had come was maybe about 15 meters away. They were far enough away it didn't feel intimate. It was terrifying, but he had some distance. This time, they walk right up to about 3 meters away, but they intentionally come behind the thickest group of trees, so he can't see them. And it's still dark outside, and he's in that bubble of light near the fire, so he's blind to whatever's on the other side of those trees. But he knows they're there, and they've stopped. And for 2 hours, this poor kid is standing in the middle of this campsite, facing in the direction of whatever is behind the trees. Probably his imagination is going crazy at this point with what could be behind those trees, just waiting for whatever happened next. But ultimately, the only thing that would happen is the sun would eventually come up, and right before it actually popped over the horizon, this thing on the other side finally moved, it turned around and ran away, and it did not come back. And so when the sun finally did come up, Sam didn't just charge out of there, because he's still thinking there could be a trap. He waited until it was totally full sunlight, and then he packed up everything he had, and he practically sprinted back to the parking lot, back into his car, and he drove nonstop for 20 miles until he got to a gas station where he could park and collect himself. And when he got there, he got out of his car and he went in and he got a drink, and when he came out, he noticed someone had written something on the dust on the back window of his car. And he walks over and it just says, "Sleep well?" ? Sam is confident whoever was stalking him at his campsite is the same person or group of people that wrote this message on his car. And now Sam just wonders, what would have happened if I retrieved that flashlight? In 1982, a very outdoorsy teenage girl and boy who had recently started dating decided to go camping in Maine. Around 1 a.m. on the first night they were there, the girl wakes up because she has to go to the bathroom, and she's about to unzip her tent when she stops because she hears some strange noises coming from outside their tent. It wasn't that loud, but it sounded distinctly like something was digging in the ground. But she really had to go, and she figured, you know what, it's probably just some small animal or something. And so she begins to unzip the tent, and there's a little bit of moonlight that night, and there was a clearing outside of their tent. So the moonlight's pouring through, so she has plenty of illumination. And so she looks through this tiny hole, and she can't believe what she sees. It is a grown woman squatting down about 2 or 3 feet away from their tent. Her back is to them, so she can't see that she's looking through the tent, and she's feverishly digging into the ground in front of her. The girl literally falls backwards into her tent. She's so startled by what she sees, and she lands on her boyfriend, who immediately gets up, and he's like, "What's going on?" And she goes, "Shh," and she points at the little hole where she had unzipped the tent, and she goes, "Look." The boy is confused, but he can tell his girlfriend is very serious, so he sits up quietly and he looks through the little opening in the door, and he sees the digging woman. The boy recoils and looks at his girlfriend, and he's like, "What is going on out there?" He takes a flashlight, and she's telling him, "Don't do it." And he opens up the tent a little bit more, and he aims his flashlight directly on this woman. And this gets her attention, and she stops digging, and she stands up slowly, and she turns around and faces them, and she's got no expression. She's not giving them any indication why she's there. She's not acting aggressive. She's not acting scared. She's just completely neutral. And she stands there staring at them for quite a while before turning around and just walking away from their campsite. And after a little while, when they were pretty certain she was gone, they open their tent all the way, they go outside, they kind of scan around with their flashlights, and she's nowhere to be found, and they go to where she was digging, and it's just this weird 4-inch deep hole in the ground. There's no rhyme or reason to why she was doing that. And so after sitting there wondering what they should do, they settled on, well, tomorrow we'll tell the park rangers that she was here, and maybe they'll do something about it. And so feeling pretty confident that this woman's not going to come back, they both go back into the tent, they zip it shut, they get in their sleeping bags, and they're about to go to sleep when they hear someone running towards their campsite. And they know it's this woman. They immediately unzip the tent and they look out, and now the woman's not digging anymore. She's rummaging through some of their stuff that's outside of their tent. And the way she's doing it, they described as monkey-like. She'd pick something up, look at it, and throw it over her head. She'd pick the next thing up, throw it over her head, back and forth, just throwing things behind her. And so the boy gets out and he shines a light on her and goes, "You need to leave." And she doesn't react. She just keeps flipping through all their stuff until he gets pretty forceful and says, "You need to leave right now." And at that point, she kind of stops and looks at him like, "Huh, what are you doing here?" And then she gets up, turns around, and walks away. Now the couple really doesn't know what to do because she's clearly willing to come back after being confronted. But they stayed outside their tent for about 15 more minutes, shining their light and making lots of noise and treating her like she's an animal. And they're just trying to scare her away from the campsite. And after a little bit of time, they thought, okay, there's no way she comes back now because, we were pretty aggressive with her this time and she seemed to really get it. They both do go back in the tent, and as soon as they zip it shut, they hear her come running straight back to the site, like she was literally waiting in the wings for when they went back in the tent. And this time she runs back to the hole in the ground, and she's just feverishly digging into the ground as fast as she can. And this time they come out of their tent and they're mad, and they are screaming at this woman to get the F out of here. What are you doing? And this seems to kind of frighten the woman, who gets up and she looks at them like, "Why are you yelling at me?" And she runs away, and it looked almost animalistic the way she was running away, like she was feral. The boy and the girl are totally shaken up at this point. It's about 1:30 1:30 in the morning, and this woman just keeps coming back to their site, and they don't know what to do about it, so they turn on some lanterns and they turn on their flashlights, and they decide we're just going to stay outside until the morning. That way we know she doesn't come back and doesn't steal anything from us. But by about 3:30 in the morning, they've been outside for 2 hours, they're getting cold, they're super tired, the woman's nowhere to be found, and so they finally say, you want to go back in and get some sleep? I think this time she's really gone. They get back in their sleeping bags and they go to sleep. They don't hear her again. The next morning when they get up and they unzip their tent, they look outside and all of their stuff has been thrown all over the campsite. And the hole in the ground that the woman had dug that was previously about 4 or 6 inches deep is now well over a foot deep. And they realize this woman must have been lurking in the shadows in the woods, watching them from 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. That whole time they were out there kind of warding her off. She was just waiting, just watching them the whole time in the shadows. And as soon as they went into their tent, she must have given it a little bit of time, but then she ran right back over and she ransacked their site. But the strangest thing was, after they looked through all of the stuff she had chucked around, nothing was missing, and there was some pretty expensive stuff that was laying out that she could have taken but didn't. After they picked up their site, they went to the park ranger and they told them about what had happened, but the ranger has no idea what to make of it. He's never heard of such a thing. And so the couple just leaves that day because they're not about to spend another night here. And to this day, they have no idea why this woman was running onto their site and digging into the ground and rummaging through their stuff. It was like she was just a wild animal.
Another morning to savor the crunchy nooks and cranny splendor of a Thomas's English muffin.
Tom, which is a nook and which is a cranny?
That's a nook, cranny, 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 nook, cranny.
In the early 2000s, a teenager named Eben and his father would regularly go hunting in the Georgia backcountry. When Eben turned 14, his father befriended a very wealthy landowner in Georgia who offered them access to one of his best private hunting areas. And just a couple of days later, on October 5th, Eben and his father would take him up on the offer. They woke up super early and they drove out to the edge of this property that was actually fenced in. And they went to a main gate where they had the combo that this guy had given them. They punched in the combo, opened up the gate, drove in, shut the gate, locked it, and then continued down the access road. They followed this road for about 2 miles where it came to a stop right outside of this huge forest. They parked their truck, they got out, they put on their gear, and in the pre-morning darkness began hiking into the woods. Even though they were there primarily to hunt, Eben and his father secretly enjoyed just hiking around the woods and camping out, and any chance they got to extend their hunting trips, they would, even if the hunting wasn't good. And so since they spent a ton of time in the woods together, they noticed almost immediately when they walked into this particular forest that something was off. There's no birds, there's no animals, silence. It's just totally silent. The only sounds they heard that were not them was a single plane that passed overhead. Although they found this very odd, they figured, you know what, this is private property, not a lot of people are out here. I'm sure as soon as we showed up, the animals were aware of us and they'd scattered. They finally make it out to the hunting stand that the owner had told them about. They get all settled in, they're getting ready to see some animals, and all day long, they don't see a single animal. They don't hear a single animal. In fact, again, it is just completely silent. Frustrated, they began packing up their stuff, making their way down off the stand, and they started looking for a place to make camp for the night. And Eben's father suggested, well, hey, you know, there's obviously nothing over here. It's been quiet all day. Why don't we walk deeper into the woods a little ways, set up camp there, so tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some animals. So they hiked for about an hour farther away from where they parked their truck, and they reached this clearing, which is perfect for setting up their camp. And so they set up their tent, and Eben's father says, hey, you know, we still got some daylight. Do you want to go try our luck and see if we can see some animals out here now? Eben's like, yeah, why not? So they hike a little ways away from their campsite, and they set up their blind, and once again, they don't see any animals. It's totally quiet. And so they turn around and they start heading back. As soon as they could see their campsite, which really was just their tent, they noticed that their tent was now collapsed. And Eben's father turns to him and says, oh, it must have been the wind. And Eben says, no, it couldn't have been the wind, because all day today we have been commenting on how quiet it is and how the fact that there's no weather, no wind, no anything is heightening the fact that it's completely silent. So it could not have been wind. So Eben's father is like, well, when you set the tent up, did you not put the posts into the eyelets? Did you not build it correctly? And Eben's like, no, I've made that tent like 1,000 times. I know it was set up correctly. They walk into their campsite and they look down at their tent and they're really confused at what they see. The 2 rods that go in an X over the top of the tent that thread through nylon loops and then anchor at 4 different points on the base of the tent, well, they had been removed from the 4 corners. And if you know how a tent works, it works on tension. And once you have a rod anchored in 2 points, it doesn't just pop out. It's anchored at 2 sides. It's actually difficult to remove each anchor. Once one is out, the other comes out easily. But basically, the rod would need to break in order for it to come out of those anchor points, or someone would have to come over and remove it. And they didn't remove them, and none of the rods were broken. Which leaves them with either they failed to set up their tent, even though they had distinct and clear memories of setting it up and double checking it was set up because they put gear inside of it, or someone came over to their campsite while they were gone and undid the 4 corners. They decide, you know what, it can't be some stranger coming over here because we're the only ones with the gate combo. This is private property and no one could have been here. And why would they do that if they came to our campsite? Why would they randomly collapse our tent and then vanish? So it had to be us. We must have not made the tent. And while they didn't really believe that they had not made their tent, they convinced themselves that that's what happened because the alternative was just too bizarre and frankly terrifying to consider. So they build their tent and they make a little fire and they stay up for a little while chatting before being tired and saying, okay, let's just go to bed. They extinguish the fire, they get in the tent, and they both fall asleep. A couple hours later, Eben wakes up suddenly and he's not sure if he's dreaming or not, but he thinks he hears someone laughing a couple hundred meters behind their tent off in the woods. Eben instinctively turns to make sure his dad is still in the tent with him, and he is. And then Eben starts listening really intently to what's happening outside. And all he can hear is silence, like it's been since they got in the woods. He doesn't hear any more laughter, and so he says, okay, I must have just been dreaming, and there wasn't any laughter out there, and eventually Eben goes back to sleep. A little while later, Eben wakes up suddenly again, except this time his dad is already awake and looking around anxiously. And Eben sits up and goes, what's going on? And his dad goes, shh, and he goes, can you hear that? And Eben listens, and to his horror, he hears laughing. He wasn't dreaming before. Eben also realizes the laughter is not coming from the same area he heard it. It's now coming from the opposite direction, and it's a lot closer to them. Eben very quietly and carefully explains to his dad that he actually heard this laughter a couple hours earlier. And Eben's father turns to Eben and says, before we came out here, I asked the owner, should we expect any other hunters or campers or anybody nearby? And the owner said, this is private property and it's fenced in. There is no one there but you guys. After this revelation, they both turn their attention back to just listening because they're hoping this is just going to stop and whatever this is just going to leave. But it doesn't leave. They hear footsteps running towards them from way off in the forest. And it's so quiet, it's really easy to hear these footsteps. And whatever this is charging towards them. And then it comes to a complete stop right at the edge of their clearing. At this point, Eben is now grabbing onto his father. Eben's father is holding onto his rifle and he's getting ready to open the tent to confront whatever is out there. And right before he grabs the zipper, this person, whatever it is, starts laughing again. And it's practically right on top of them. It's so loud. They can hear it clear as day right there, right outside their tent. And Eben's father takes a deep breath. He grabs the zipper, and as soon as he begins moving it, the sound the zipper made causes the laughter to stop. They don't hear footsteps, so they know probably something's still out there. But the laughter stops like it's recognized that they're making noise. They're right there. There they are. They're in the tent. Eben's father freezes with his hand on the zipper, and he's debating whether he should go outside or not. And before he can even make that decision, whatever this thing is turns around and runs back into the woods, and it's just gone. And for several minutes, they just sit like that in total silence, praying that whatever this is gone for good. And after several minutes, when they don't hear anything, there's no more laughing, there's no more running, Eben's father re-zips up the tent, puts his hand back down, and they're both left just sitting there thinking, what the heck just happened? Eben and his father would stay up all night, and they would barely speak, because whatever this thing was had heard them when they moved the zipper. And so they were really afraid of making any sound, even little sounds, because it's so quiet, sound travels really far, and they don't know who or what is out there. And so in silence, holding their guns, they're just waiting for the sun to come up. And as soon as it did, they were up and out of there, literally running out of the forest, checking over their shoulder the whole time, all the way back to their truck. And so to this day, they have no idea who or what the heck was running around out there. And they told the owner of the property about it, and the owner just said, it's not possible. We have a totally gated in private piece of property, and there are cameras watching the only entrance. And you are the only ones that went in or out over that time period, and prior to that, we monitor this property. Nobody else was in there.
They were being privately hunted.
In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington State. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals or maybe one animal moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There's no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down, and periodically he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do, so he's just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looks up directly at Matt and makes eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes go wide, and he stands up, turns around, and runs away from Matt's campsite. Matt has no idea how to react to this, and so he just quickly unzips his tent, jumps outside, and shines his light into the forest looking for this guy. He's thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington State. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt is trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna look out and I'm gonna see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm gonna see his campsite. You know, maybe he's set up nearby, and he's looking around into the total darkness. He's looking through all the trees, any light source anywhere out there he would see. And there's not one. There's no fire, there's no flashlight. There is nothing. And so eventually Matt goes back inside of his tent, he zips it up, and he's just left kind of dumbfounded. He can't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside, and after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was is some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare because we're in the backcountry, and maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here, and you know, stranger things have happened, so that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire and he was eating some food near his fire. And then as he's sitting there, he hears rustling coming from behind him. And he's pretty sure it's an animal, so he turns around and he doesn't see anything. And he goes back to eat his food. And then a little while later, he hears some more rustling behind him. And this time, he can't really just write it off. Clearly, there is something behind him that's moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he hears a man's voice come out of the darkness that says,
"Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?"
And Matt's heart starts racing. He knows that even though he can't see him, it has to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago. Because they are in the middle of nowhere. He hasn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone. And clearly this guy has the ability to sneak up on him. And so he's thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just says, I don't know where Bell's Canyon is. And then there's silence. And Matt, one part of him is thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him is thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost and they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon and they'll come into the light. It'll be a big relief. I'll send them on their merry way and everything will be fine. But as Matt is having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows does not come any closer, but instead asks the same question a bit more forcefully this time.
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This is not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There's something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he's all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again, and now he knows it's the same guy. This guy has been following me for 2 days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified, and this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice, except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
his voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up, and the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt, and he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him, but he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here is so rough. He's gonna fall, get hurt, he's gonna get lost, and this guy's already long gone. He somehow managed to run immediately so far away, and so Matt just goes back to his campsite, and he's thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service. I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course. I didn't tell anyone where I was going to be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again, he didn't see him again, and he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he's gonna pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. So he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. When the sun came up, Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days, over 15 miles, and so the likelihood that he's still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched, he was totally terrified, and then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He's still in the middle of nowhere. He's not even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy is still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite. And then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he's looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy is following him. At this point, it's not even a question. He's somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there, expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy has left me alone, finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then, as he's laying there from somewhere out in the woods,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say, so he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds, and he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves, and then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door, and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved. And he peeled out of the parking lot. He got to a nearby hotel. He finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy, but he thought, you know, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime. He was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington State who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear, and all he ever said to Matt was,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Wait, don't go anywhere. We actually have a bonus story for you. This final story has been pretty, and now you get to watch. In the summer of 1906, there was this couple, Dr. William Clark and his wife Harriet, and they were up in northwestern Connecticut, and they're driving along this winding country road in a place called Litchfield County. And as they're driving along, I mean, it's so scenic and beautiful with rolling hills and green everywhere. And what they were doing is they were looking for a location in this area that could serve as a location for their second home. So Dr. Clark was an oncologist, and they lived back in New York City, where he and his wife lived kind of a fabulous life. You know, he was super successful. He was not only an oncologist, he was a big-time professor as well. And so they lived this amazing life in New York. But, you know, their lives were really hectic. You know, New York City is a hectic place. Add in the fact that they were very social people, always going out and going to functions and this and that. And so they had some extra money, and they wanted to, you know, buy or build a second home that would kind of serve as their retreat away from the city. And after, I guess, looking all around the country, they found Litchfield County was kind of like the opposite of New York City. I mean, very few people were living there at the time. And again, it's this beautiful scenic place. And so it just seemed kind of like the perfect spot. So again, Dr. Clark and Harriet, they're just driving along, beautiful day. And they eventually, in Litchfield County, they eventually reach this beautiful red wood-covered bridge. And they go over it. And when they get to the other side, their field of view opened up because there weren't as many trees right on the other side of this bridge. And they suddenly had this view up and to the right, maybe, you know, half a mile away or something, of this weirdly shaded forest. Now you got to remember that basically everywhere they're looking, there's trees everywhere. I mean, it's very densely forested everywhere, but there was just this one kind of rise, like a pretty big hill, a prominent hill that was really dark, like totally shaded. And it was because there's two mountains or two hills on either side of it, almost creating like a valley. And so it just looked like, wow, that's a very shaded forest. And as you'll see, it's actually called the Dark Entry Forest, in part because of how shaded it is.
Have a good time, baby.
And so they've just come out of this bridge, and they're seeing this area up on this hill. There's no buildings, nothing. It's just trees. And there was just something immediately about it that really stood out to Dr. Clark and his wife. And they noticed that the road they were on, there appeared to be like an access road that kind of splintered off the road they were on that appeared to go up into that forest, the Dark Entry Forest. And so they look at each other and they're like, hey, let's go up there. Maybe that's the place where we can find our spot for our second home. And so Dr. Clark pulls off the main road, goes on the access road, and he begins making his way up towards this kind of darkened forest area. And really quickly, the road itself was very overgrown. You know, at first it seemed like it was relatively well maintained, but the farther up they went towards this dark forest, the rougher it got, to the point where Dr. Clark couldn't even drive on it. There was too many potholes and everything. So they end up pulling the car over and parking. And at this point, they're actually in a bit of a clearing, and they can actually see up ahead of them where they parked. It looks almost like an entry point to the forest. The tree line is right in front of them, and there's kind of like a gap in the trees where this rugged road kind of continues into the forest. And they continue walking on foot towards the entry of this forest. Again, it's beautiful, scenic, very sunny, beautiful day. They're super excited, and they walk into the shade of the forest.
And right away, it's like all the sunlight basically vanishes, but not in a spooky way, kind of like they lowered the brightness slightly, and it's very quiet. And the canopy in Dark Entry Forest is known for being really, really thick, and so not much light was pushing through, but it created almost like, it was like they were walking into a bubble. It's just pure, unadulterated silence and peace. And as they're walking on this road, which quickly becomes mostly like a little path, it doesn't even look like a road at some point. It's just kind of like grass that's been pushed down. Clearly, not many people or anything is coming into this forest, at least not from this direction. And as they're walking along, they're looking around and they're like, this place is so beautiful. I mean, it was already beautiful, but this is especially beautiful. Like, they walked maybe a couple hundred feet into the forest, and off to their right is this apple orchard, untouched. No one's taking these apples. It's just like a wild apple orchard, and there's deer that are just eating the apples off the tree, and they're looking over at Dr. Clark and his wife, and they're completely unafraid. They don't see people, so this is not terrifying for them. Deer just eating their apples, and then on the other side of the road, there's these huge fields full of flowers that are, again, trees are everywhere, but there's all these flowers at the bases of the trees, lilies and roses and yellow bitter tansies, or that's what they're called. So all these beautiful flowers. And then at some point, as they walked a little bit farther into this Dark Entry Forest, the sunlight that was poking through, it was hitting the ground in such a way that it was actually sparkling, because this forest was actually on a hillside, and there was this mineral called mica. If you're familiar, it's like this little translucent, it almost looks like kind of clouded glass. That's actually a mineral that comes from the ground. And when the sunlight hits it, it kind of looks like it sparkles. And so they're looking around at these wild animals that are unafraid of them, and flowers, and there's, babbling brooks and streams. I mean, it's like this is like a perfect place. And so by the time the couple came out of Dark Entry Forest, this is only, like they walked around for maybe an hour or so. By the time they were coming out, they were completely sold that was going to be where they went ahead and bought their land to build a second home. Mm-hmm. And so they go back to New York City, and they put in the paperwork to buy the land, and they buy 1,000 acres in this forest, which it's ridiculous to imagine just casually buying 1,000 acres anywhere, but they did. They bought their 1,000 acres. And as soon as they had it, as soon as it was finalized, Dr. Clark began calling around to all these builders, local builders in Connecticut, that could help him build his home. And he had no intention of building some humongous home. They bought a huge amount of land, but they only wanted to build a small cabin. But despite the job being relatively simple, and despite Dr. Clark offering quite a bit of money to anybody who was willing to go out there and build this for him, none of the builders would do it. They never really gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they would not go into Dark Entry Forest, but universally, no one would do it. And so, Dr. Clark, he definitely was discouraged by that, but he just kind of chalked it up to, okay, so obviously it's kind of an isolated place. It's relatively hard to get into Dark Entry Forest, and where they had bought this land, it was pretty far into the forest. And so he just decided, okay, it just might not be worth it for them. It's logistically kind of a nightmare. They don't want to do it. And so Dr. Clark is undeterred, and he decides he will just build the house himself. Dr. Clark, he grew up on a farm in New Jersey. He was a very handy guy. He had built buildings before, so this was something he could do. And so over the next several months, every weekend, Dr. Clark would make his way on his own to Dark Entry Forest, and it also was full of owls that were hooting all the time. So there's like this audio side of being in this forest, which is really intense. Like there's owls hooting constantly. And actually, Dr. Clark and Harriet thought it was really cute that these owls, it seemed like they were almost personally greeting them as they came into the forest. And so Dr. Clark, every weekend for several months, he would go into Dark Entry Forest and be greeted by the owls, and he would go to the land where the 1,000-acre land, and actually he had identified this one kind of flat spot in the 1,000 acres that was good for building a home. And so the first thing he did over these several weekends he was out there is he just cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees, just kind of clearing out that flat area. And then he chopped up the trees he cut down into lumber, and he used that to build a rustic, simple 2-story cabin. And then after this cabin was built, kind of up on this hill, there happened to be another hill not too far away from the cabin where there was a freshwater spring right at the top. And so, Dr. Clark, he went up and laid piping from the freshwater spring down to his cabin, so they had fresh water in the cabin. And then down the hill from where the cabin was constructed was a small brook. And Dr. Clark, he found himself always going down and just staring into this beautiful brook because there were all these trout, because nobody fished out here. This is like an abandoned place, basically. There's all these trout just swimming around unencumbered, just leaping out of the water. If they even do that, I don't know if trout do that. I think they do. And so he ended up actually building a swimming pool right next to the brook, specifically so he could sit in the swimming pool and watch the trout. And so by Thanksgiving of that year, so 1906, by Thanksgiving, the property was done. The cabin had been built, everything was done. And so that holiday season, Dr. Clark and Harriet and their whole family would come out and they would spend the holidays, sitting in their pool, watching the trout and just having a wonderful time. And really for many years, every summer and every major holiday, the Clark family would come out to their beautiful dark entry cabin and they would stay there. And it was really perfect. That is, until 1918. In 1918, in the summer, Dr. Clark and Harriet were at their cabin and they were having a nice time when Dr. Clark got word that he was actually being called back to New York City for an emergency. Remember, he's an oncologist, so these things happen, and he was called back. And for whatever reason, Harriet, who normally likely would have joined him and just gone back to New York with him, she decided to stay. I mean, they've been coming here for years by this point, so she probably felt somewhat comfortable, although admittedly she was very unhappy about this. She didn't want to be there alone, but again, she decides to stay. But she tells Dr. Clark, because she didn't know how long he would actually be in New York, and he didn't really know either. But she said, "You got to promise me you'll be back here as soon as you possibly can." And Dr. Clark would tell her that, "I'll do my best. I should be back here in maybe, a couple of days from now. And I promise you I will come home as soon as I possibly can." And so Dr. Clark packs up his things and he and his wife, they leave their cabin. They, walk their way down the trail, listening to the owls and looking at the mica sparkling on the ground. And they leave the forest and they make their way to a nearby train station, which actually was not that far away from the entry to the forest. And Harriet dropped off her husband and she watched, as he, boarded and it began taking off and he disappeared to go to New York. And Dr. Clark, as he's vanishing, traveling on this train, he's thinking to himself that, okay, I'll be in New York just for a couple of days. I'll be home. I'll be back in no time. Little did he know, over the course of time he was going to be in New York, his wife would endure something that is just truly horrifying. So, before I explain to you what happened after Dr. Clark left, you need to understand some history about this forest. History that Dr. Clark and Harriet did not look into before deciding to purchase these 1,000 acres. Because had they done the research into this area, they likely would not have bought the land. So there actually used to be a town that was settled in the Dark Entry Forest. It was called Dudleytown, and it was settled in the 1740s. And at first it was just a couple of families just getting by, but pretty quickly it grew to about 30 families and several structures and houses and the whole 9 yards. Like, it's a small community inside of this beautiful forest. And things were great, for a small town in the 1700s, things were stable. But starting at the end of the 1700s, like in the 1790s up till about the 1800s, things started to go really, really badly in Dudleytown. And in fact, because of how badly it went, it earned this, the conclusion was that Dudleytown had to be cursed. And that lore had stuck around, which is actually why those builders refused to do the work for Dr. Clark, because they believed it was a cursed place. So this is what led to it being believed to be cursed. And I'll tell you, it's pretty creepy. So it started with the Carter family. So the Carter family was a big family inside of Dudleytown, and it was in 1790, 1792. There was this cholera epidemic that broke out in this small town, and 6 members of the Carter family died really suddenly from cholera. And the remaining members of the Carter family, which was significant, I think there was a dozen people still left, might have been a few less than that, but a pretty good chunk of people, they were so grief-stricken from the loss that they decided to just literally abandon their houses in Dudleytown and go back to New York City, where they happened to be from as well, same as Dr. Clark. But as soon as they got to New York, they were massacred by natives that lived in the area. And the only people that survived this massacre were 3 children, and the 3 children were kidnapped and never seen again. And so that was the start of bad things happening to people in Dudleytown. The next thing that happened is there was a guy named Hollister. We don't know his last name, but he either fell off a roof or he was pushed. We don't really know, but either way, he died. But he died on or near another person's home whose name was Tanner. Okay, so Hollister dies, and he dies on or near Tanner's home. And after Hollister died, which again, it was shrouded in mystery, Tanner, the owner of the home where this guy died, he began talking obsessively, and it's documented, obsessively about strange creatures lurking around the tree line inside of Dark Entry Forest, right around Dudleytown, every night. That's all he saw. So guy dies, and all of a sudden Tanner is noticing all these strange creatures. And he's telling everybody in town that there's something going on here. Nobody believed him. And so slowly, Tanner, every night, he would see whatever he was seeing, and it drove him insane, completely insane, to the point where he couldn't even function, and his daughter had to take care of him until he passed away. And as Tanner was losing his mind, his next door neighbor, whose name was Abel, began to talk as well about these creatures that were coming to the edge of the tree line surrounding Dudleytown most nights. And just like Tanner, Abel as well slowly lost his mind over these creatures because nobody believed him. And then all the way up until like just past the 1800s, so many people just randomly died in Dudleytown, some from disease for sure, but others, they'd just be found dead. And then many people as well began citing these strange creatures that were lurking all around. By 1900, the only family that was still alive in Dudleytown was this family called the Brophies. And it was a fairly big family. And the mother, she suddenly died of cholera. The 2 sons, they were accused of theft in another town and then fled and vanished. And so literally it's down to John Brophy, the actual last person who's living in Dudleytown. And one night, apparently he didn't know why, but his cabin burned to the ground. And after his cabin, or while his cabin was burning, people were called out. They saw the smoke. They came out to put out this fire. And the last anyone saw of John, who's lost his whole family, he's lost everything, is he just turned and walked deeper into the forest and was never seen again. And no one could find him. That was it. And that was the last person who lived in Dudleytown. And that marked the moment that Dudleytown went from, still being occupied to being a literal ghost town. And you can actually look up the newspaper article that documented the moment when Dudleytown became a ghost town. No one lives there. A few years later is when Dr. Clark and Harriet were taking their stroll through Litchfield County and up into Dark Entry Forest and saying, wow, this is the place for us. And they saw the ruins of Dudleytown. They walked past the crumbling foundations of these old homes, and there was all these remnants of this town that was still there, but much the way they viewed the owls as being kind of charming, they also viewed this rundown old town that was gone as kind of cute, and it made them want to stay there more. So they were aware of the town, but didn't do the research. Apparently Dudleytown was cursed, and that is where they bought their land. So, fast forward to 1918. So Dr. Clark, he's left for this emergency trip to New York, and it would turn out he was only needed in New York for 36 hours. It was, as short as he could have expected it to be. So less than 2 days later, keeping his word to his wife, he's back on a train, and he's heading back to that stop where Harriet had dropped him off near the Dark Entry Forest. And although this was rare that, Dr. Clark would leave his wife in the cabin, he expected her to be waiting for him at the train station. They didn't have an exact time that he was going to be there because it wasn't not entirely planned, but he had said, I'll be here in like 1 or 2 days max. And so he just kind of expected his wife to check the schedule and be at the train platform. But as he's pulling into the station, he sees his wife is not there. Now, this was not some huge cause for concern, but it was enough of a red flag that as, he's pulling into the station, Dr. Clark is thinking something feels off. And so he ends up going from the train station, and he actually walked the rest of the way. He didn't take a car or anything. He walked to that access road and made his way up to the entry of Dark Entry Forest. And as soon as he walked into the forest, so daylight out here, he steps into the canopy and it's dark again. And remember, it used to feel so welcoming and wonderful going into that forest. It was so peaceful, but now it has a different feel. He steps into the forest and suddenly it feels threatening. It feels ominous. And the owls that are hooting the whole time he steps in, it didn't feel like they were greeting him. It felt like they were telling him to leave. But he had to find his wife, and he's thinking she's up at the cabin. That's where we need to go. And so he begins kind of jogging, fast walking. He's getting a little nervous through the forest. And as he's moving through, the sounds of these owls are getting louder and louder and louder and more threatening, until finally, when he gets to the clearing, when he can actually look up and see where he built his cabin up on this hill, it's like a cacophony of noise. It's just constant hooting, almost like it doesn't even sound like hooting. It's just a loud sound that's constant. And so Dr. Clark is starting to panic, but he gets even more panicked when he looks up at the cabin. He doesn't see his wife, but he sees the front door to this cabin is slightly ajar. And so Dr. Clark, he runs the rest of the way up the hill, owls hooting the whole time. He gets to the door, and he's terrified. He knows there's something wrong here, but he gets the courage. He opens up the front door, and the second he steps into this home, which he has loved and spent years and years in with his family, he steps in and everything is different. Instead of it being peaceful, he now feels this almost high sound, like inside of his head for a second, and he's confused. And then he hears what sounds like maniacal laughter coming from the second floor. He doesn't see anybody on the first floor. He thinks it's his wife, and so he charges upstairs. He gets to the landing, and he sees the door to his bedroom, where he would expect his wife to be, is slightly open. And he can hear this laughter coming from inside of this room, this maniacal, crazy, loud, high-pitched laughter. And he's totally panicked. He goes to the door, and he opens it up, and there, in the back corner of the bedroom, is his wife. And she's in the fetal position, and her mouth has been opened as wide as it can go. And the laughter that he's hearing is coming out of her body, but her jaw isn't moving. Her chest is heaving, and this maniacal laughter is just coming out of her as she stares him dead in the eyes. And so Dr. Clark, he was so terrified at what he was seeing and all the hooting and all this craziness going on that he just turned and ran away. We don't know what happened to Harriet Clark over those 36 hours that her husband was gone, but something happened to her. And when she was taken away from this cabin, the only thing she would say is, the strange creatures kept coming back. I kept seeing strange creatures. Same thing that all the people in Dudleytown had said that caused them to flee the town. And so we don't know exactly what became of Harriet. There is one account that says she was forever, she went to a mental hospital and stayed there until she passed. Another account says she went back to New York with Dr. Clark, where she took her life. But either way, the final thing was she claimed to have seen the...
Without further ado, let's begin. Posted on January 25th, 2021 by the YouTube channel Haunting Jersey, starts off normal enough as we watch a young girl playing around with her pet kitty, simply enjoying the day. It's a cute video as we watch the adorable animal being pet and showed some love, but unfortunately this wholesome video is about to take a seriously dark turn in just a moment. Let's watch.
You look so tired.
Out of nowhere, one of the dining chairs is pushed backwards, seemingly by nothing. The young girl is absolutely shocked at seeing this and can only stare at the chair in complete bewilderment. However, when the chair is pushed back even further, the girl proceeds to pick the kitty up and hurry out of there as fast as she possibly can before the video ends abruptly afterwards. To this day, it is still unknown what happened here. Was this some sort of ghost playing around with this family? If so, why? Or was it a hoax? It seems like we may never get a concrete answer. For the first couple of seconds of this video, posted by this TikTok user on November 21st, 2022, we get to see some genuinely beautiful shots of the woods where the uploader is filming. However, this seemingly relaxing and gorgeous video soon takes a sinister turn. Take a look.
I could have sworn I seen somebody run through these woods just now. I live in a country, not too many people know about this back here, but I'm telling you, I could have sworn I saw somebody. Oh my goodness. Hey, Zach. I could have sworn. See, Zach, there is a man over there. What? I'm not even playing. You need to go check it out. There is somebody over there.
I'll go check.
Hiding by our tree right now. I'm not even. be careful. I just seen him over there by that tree, Zach. Zach, be careful. I'm not even playing. Zach, he's right there. But I'm telling you, I could have sworn I saw somebody. Oh my goodness. Hey, Zach. I could have sworn. See, Zach, there is a man over there. I'm not even playing.
Out of nowhere, a terrifying man can be seen hiding behind one of the trees far off in the distance, which causes the uploader to be freaked out, and you really can't blame her. She asks her significant other to go investigate, but the video cuts off before we can get an answer as to who or what is hiding behind that tree.
First off, Jack could have gone with a
Who
gun.
was hiding behind the tree? And perhaps an even better question, why were they hiding behind the tree? Did this woman have a stalker? Anything is possible. Imagine you're just working in a basement, minding your own business, when suddenly something incredibly strange happens, causing you to question what it is that you just saw. That's exactly what happened to this particular guy one day. Posted to TikTok by a user named Johannes, he says that his friend was working away in a dark basement when all of a sudden this happened.
Unnskyld? Hører du meg? Hallo?
Out of nowhere, a random creepy guy can be seen slowly walking toward the person with the camera, whistling an eerie tune. At one point in the video, the cameraman proceeds to ask the strange man some questions such as who he is, but the man does not reply. If you ask me, the videographer did a really good job keeping his calm, because I know for sure that a lot of people out there wouldn't be so cool and collected. What would you do if you found yourself in this situation? Imagine you head out to your local Walmart grocery store during the day to get some things for the house. Obviously not thinking anything of it, because why would you? Only to then realize later on that somebody followed you home from the store. That's the situation that this Reddit user found themselves in. They uploaded this video to the aptly titled Creepy Video subreddit and showcases doorbell camera footage of a creepy man walking up to their front door, acting strangely before then leaving. Take a look. A comment from the uploader reads, quote, "For anyone asking if you left something, no, there are windows on each side of the doors. Blinds were open but not all the way. He was most likely peeping into my house. I checked to make sure nothing was left and I couldn't find anything." End quote. I think most people would be truly horrified if this happened to them. Let's just all hope that this creepy man never returns to this Reddit user's house ever again.
Look like a crackhead.
This security camera video was posted to Reddit half a year ago and starts off normally enough. We watch as a woman makes her way into this unidentified hotel, seemingly ready to go to her room and go to bed. However, as she is soon going to find out, it won't be that easy. The woman can be seen walking down the hotel corridor while playing around on her phone when all of a sudden, this happens.
Time to go.
plant can be seen randomly tipping over, much to the confusion of the woman shown in the footage. But before the plant tips over, a shadowy figure can be seen for just a brief second. Finally, a blast of wind hits her face out of nowhere. She then bolts into a full-on sprint before the video shuts off abruptly. What could have possibly caused all of this to happen? There certainly didn't seem to be any strings attached to it anywhere, but maybe it was just hard to see. Let's just hope that this woman managed to have a good rest of her stay at the hotel, and she didn't experience any more paranormal encounters. This next video was filmed on a trail camera, but it's unknown who the owner of the video is. The video itself is highly unnerving. The footage in question is trail cam footage, which appears to be relatively fine and normal at first, but in just a few seconds you will see that this particular piece of footage is anything but normal. Let's watch. As you can see, a strange, bony creature can be seen making its way across the area that the camera is recording. Many people who have seen this video believe it is a sighting of the Rake. For those who are unfamiliar, the Rake is a monster in the online horror fiction genre, creepypasta. It is depicted as an unusually tall, hairless, pale, humanoid creature who generally crouches or crawls on all fours. Do you think that this trail cam managed to capture authentic footage of the Rake, or is this something much less terrifying than we think? Let's hope that it's the latter. This final video was posted to YouTube on June 2nd, 2010 by a man named Andres Gonzalez. In the video, Andres writes, quote, "Sometimes I've heard noises at home, but I don't really care about it. But once, when I started to practice with my piano, strange things happened." End quote. He then goes on to insist that the footage is 100% real. Let's take a look at the video in question.
Hello?
Time to go.
playing around on his keyboard, he hears a strange noise that startles him immediately. What follows is scary noises inside of the house, as well as stuff being moved around. Even weirder, the television inside of his house turns on and off with lots of static before eventually a door slams shut seemingly all on its own. All of this happening in the span of just a few minutes. If this video is indeed real, then it's clear that Andres was, or perhaps still is, living inside of an extremely haunted house that he has hopefully moved out of since. This video is 13 years old, so let's hope that in that time he has been able to live peacefully.
Oh, wow.
This next video was published to YouTube on August 8th, 2020 by a channel known as jbish26 and shows some seriously frightening and unsettling stuff that was captured on a Wise camera. In the description of the post, the uploader says that at the time of this video's recording, he was on vacation for 4 days in Oregon when he suddenly got this alert on his phone, saying that there was something detected on his camera. This is what the camera captured. I cannot even begin to imagine just how utterly terrified I would be upon checking my home security camera and seeing that on the footage. If you look carefully, in the footage you can make out what appears to be some sort of paranormal entity peeking around the room, seemingly trying to hide from the camera. The video eventually abruptly ends, leaving us all to wonder what in the world we just saw and whether or not the thing we saw was a ghost or not. Either way, I'm genuinely curious as to what this homeowner did upon arriving back home from his trip. Let's hope that today he's doing a lot better and hopefully he moved into a new house. Sometimes people set up security cameras in their bedroom that are set to record when they go to bed for safety reasons. To be honest, it's something that more of us should probably invest in doing, as this horrifying video proves. The footage was uploaded to TikTok by a user named SomeDemon on July 27th, 2022, and shows security camera footage of a woman enjoying a good night's sleep in the middle of the night. However, unfortunately for her, this peaceful and dreamy sleep is about to get rudely interrupted by something very, very evil. Out of nowhere, the young woman sits up out of bed in an unsettling manner before opening up her mouth as wide as possible before abruptly lying down again. I don't know about you, but this video reminded me a lot of Reagan in The Exorcist, who also gets possessed in bed and starts screaming. Do you think that this woman on this TikTok video really did get possessed, or was it just an example of really good acting? Either way, it will definitely stick with you. Are we really as safe as we think we are when we go to bed? Think about that before you turn the lights off tonight. When you get a notification on your Ring doorbell camera, you probably check it expecting to find someone and get an immediate answer as to who was at your door. Not so much in this instance. John Huddleston says that at around 11 p.m. he got a notification on his Ring doorbell camera that a person was detected outside of his garage. The following video is that footage. Did you see it? A strange balloon can be seen floating around John's driveway for a few seconds, and then a little bit later, John's car seems to light up from the inside for no apparent reason. John is not exactly sure what was going on here and what happened, but it's probably safe to assume that he's been more than a little.
Maytag knows cats shed, which is why Maytag engineered the Pet Pro Washer to remove 5 times more pet hair. Incoming! Cats, right?
Hello friends, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Jassy Correa. Jassy Correa was born in Praia, Cabo Verde, but her family moved to the United States when she was just 3 years old. She grew up in Dorchester, Massachusetts, and Boston became her hometown. As she grew older, Jassy became a loving mother to her daughter, Gabriella. However, Jassy's personal life was marred by difficulties. Jassy's husband, Miguel Castro, physically attacked her. Despite wanting to leave him, Miguel refused to let her go and severely beat her. Jassy eventually reported the incident to the police, and Miguel was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Del Frisco, a Boston restaurant. In her free time, she enjoyed dancing and photography. She cherished moments spent with her family, friends, and daughter, Gabriella. One of her favorite activities was taking her little daughter to the park. On the evening of February 23, 2019, Jassy celebrated her birthday with friends at Venue, a nightclub in Boston's Theater District. Before heading out, she left her 2-year-old daughter with her family and got ready for a night out, wearing a new orange jumpsuit. They had spent the evening dancing and drinking champagne at a nightclub. When the club closed, Jassy and her 2 friends stepped outside, but they eventually went their separate ways, leaving Jassy alone. She never made it home that night, and her phone was turned off, with all calls going straight to voicemail. For 2 days, Sunday and Monday, there was no news from Jassy. No one had seen her since she left the nightclub on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26th, Jassy's father, when Correa, and one of Jassy's friends went to the police station to report her disappearance. The police immediately launched an investigation. The detectives' first priority was to determine where Jassy went after leaving the nightclub. Jassy's family and friends distributed flyers around the city, hoping someone might have information about her whereabouts. The detectives also interviewed Jassy's friends who were with her that night, but they didn't know where she had gone after leaving the club. According to her friends, Jassy had planned to head home after saying goodbye. To gather more information, the police interviewed witnesses and reviewed CCTV footage from cameras inside and outside the nightclub. One recording showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Tremont Street, near the nightclub, talking to several people at 2:14 a.m. This was after she had left the club. The footage revealed that Jassy, who appeared to be intoxicated, mistakenly got into an Uber she hadn't ordered. The driver, unhappy about the mix-up, argued with her and eventually pushed her out of the vehicle. After being forced out of the car, Jassy continued to argue with the driver. That's when an unknown man approached her and took her hand, pulling her aside to talk. Despite possibly wanting to leave, Jassy was unable to free herself from his grasp. The CCTV footage showed the man, still holding Jassy's hands, pulling her closer. Eventually, Jassy left the area with him. In hindsight, it's clear that she had fallen prey to a predator who took advantage of her vulnerable state. The next camera footage showed Jassy jumping onto his back, and he carried her to his car. They drove away together. 14 minutes later, the police had many questions to answer. Who was this man, and where had he taken Jassy? Fortunately, they quickly identified the man and located his address. Louis Coleman, a 32-year-old man from a good family background, was with Jassy at the time of the incident. He had earned a master's degree in physics and had no prior record with the law. Notably, there was no information in the police database about Lewis owning a car. However, his mother, a resident of California, was the owner of a 2016 red Buick, which matched the type of vehicle involved in the incident with Jassy. Lewis lived in Providence, Rhode Island, about 50 miles from the venue nightclub where he was last seen with Jassy. When police arrived at his home, they found that Lewis was no longer there. However, CCTV footage from inside and outside the building revealed disturbing evidence. It's worth noting that the drive from the venue club to Lewis's apartment typically takes about an hour. Since Lewis returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday, approximately 2 hours after he was seen leaving with Jassy, it's likely that he stopped somewhere along the way. The next day, Lewis sent an email to his colleague stating that he would be taking a few more days off. Based on the content of the email, it appears that Lewis was trying to buy time to cover his tracks. Over the next 2 days, Lewis attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. Further CCTV footage analysis sheds light on what happened to Jassy after she left with Lewis. Although the police never released the initial footage due to ethical concerns, it showed Lewis entering his apartment building with Jassy. FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukus described the footage as follows. Lewis was seen walking from a red sedan towards the front of the building, carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. Agent Zukus believes that this footage shows Lewis carrying Jassy's body into his apartment building. According to Zukus, security footage from the building's lobby reveals that at approximately 4:27 a.m., Lewis entered the building carrying an unconscious or already deceased Jassy in his arms. He proceeded to the elevator and took it to the 6th floor. Notably, on February 26th, the same day Jassy's father reported her disappearance to the police, Lewis made a suspicious purchase at Walmart. His receipt shows he bought multiple items that raise red flags, including protective suits, duct tape, electrical tape, candles, gloves, safety goggles, a mask, and Clorox bleach. The next day, while friends and family distributed flyers with Jassy's picture, Lewis made another concerning purchase at Walmart, caught on camera at 9:22 p.m. This time, he bought a large suitcase and a canister. On February 27, 2019, at around 9:58 p.m., Lewis returned to the apartment building, and video footage appears to show him carrying the newly purchased large suitcase. Further footage captures Lewis taking the suitcase from his apartment to his vehicle in the parking lot, as evidenced by a recording at 2:15 a.m. on February 28. A video shows a man, later identified as Lewis, struggling to lift a suitcase into the trunk of his car. This footage is part of a larger investigation into the disappearance of Jassy Correa, who was last seen on February 24th and was believed to be at Lewis's apartment. Between 2:44 a.m. and 4:02 a.m., Lewis was seen leaving the building multiple times, carrying various items including cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a laptop case, and a small duffel bag. On February 28, 2019, police obtained a search warrant for Lewis's apartment. During their search, they found several suspicious items, including 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa in the apartment, which was missing one of its 4 large cushions. Outside the apartment complex, in a dumpster, police found a collection of items that raised further suspicions. These included white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's jeans with bleach stains, and the belt. Additional items found in the dumpster included a white nylon hooded coverall, an unfilled box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging, rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags, used plastic gloves, an empty package from a car air freshener, 3 used packages of purifying charcoal, and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped a car driven by Lewis near Wilmington, Delaware. Officers ordered Lewis to exit the vehicle and asked if he was alone. Lewis reportedly responded by saying, "She's in the trunk." When police investigated, they found the body of Jassy wrapped in a sofa cushion cover inside a black trash bag, which was placed in a large suitcase that matched the one Lewis had taken into his apartment the previous day. Experts who inspected the car found 2 cracks on the passenger side windshield, leading police to suspect that the man had attacked Jassy inside the vehicle. As a result, Lewis was arrested and taken to a Delaware State Police barracks. During questioning, Lewis had a large bandage on the right side of his face, which he claimed was from sheep when asked about it. A forensic examination revealed that Jassy died from a combination of strangulation and blunt force trauma. Additionally, seminal fluid was found on her body, and DNA analysis matched Lewis's DNA. Prosecutors noted that Lewis's DNA was also found under Jassy's fingertips. Although the exact location of Jassy's death could not be determined, it is believed to have occurred either in the car or at Lewis's apartment. On Saturday, March 9, 2019, family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to pay their respects to Jassy Correa. Many wore white or displayed buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts with Jassy's face and the phrase, "Justice for Jassy." Maka DeAndrade, Jassy's cousin and best friend, delivered the first eulogy, expressing the community's sadness and acceptance of Jassy's passing. DeAndrade said, "We may not understand why Jassy's life was cut short, but I have faith that her death was not in vain. I trust that God has a plan, and I have faith in that." Boston Mayor Marty Walsh addressed the crowd, vowing to work towards creating a safer world for women.
Google Cloud AI knows he has a 10-foot lead, his sprint speed is 28 feet per second, and that when a team's mascot
women. He emphasized that young women should be able to go out and celebrate without fear and return home safely to their loved ones. He acknowledged the immense pain Jassy Correa's family has endured and expressed his condolences. When Correa expressed gratitude to the city and law enforcement agencies for their tireless efforts in investigating Jassy's disappearance and death. He also paid a heartfelt tribute to his daughter, saying, "Rest in paradise, my dear Jassy, rest in peace, my dear child." Lewis Coleman, the suspect, has been charged with kidnapping resulting in death, a crime that could carry the death penalty or a life sentence. However, prosecutors have announced that they will not seek capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassy's body into his apartment and his online search history following her disappearance. FBI agents reported on Lewis's online activity in the days following the alleged kidnapping. He searched for topics such as whether a person can fit inside a suitcase and how to remove a tooth that is not loose. However, Lewis's defense team has disputed the relevance of this evidence to the kidnapping charge. They argue that the prosecution's focus has been on Lewis's actions after the alleged victim's death, rather than on the kidnapping itself. Attorney David stated, "This case is not about how Lewis behaved after her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate. The government's evidence has mainly centered on these issues, but I believe they are not crucial to determining whether a kidnapping occurred." Court documents filed by the prosecution and defense provide a detailed account of the events surrounding Jassy Correa's disappearance and death. Although they sides present different versions of what happened, the documents reveal disturbing details about the circumstances leading up to Jassy's death. Prosecutors established that the defendant, Lewis, was at the same nightclub as Jassy and her friends on the night of her disappearance. However, Lewis was interacting with a different woman he had just met, not Jassy. They exchanged phone numbers and texted each other while at the club and after it closed. The prosecution and defense have presented conflicting narratives about the events that unfolded. Prosecutors argue that Jassy was not the aggressor and that Lewis deceived her into getting into his car by offering her a ride to her friend's apartment, ultimately taking her life. In contrast, the defense claims that Jassy became aggressive after being pushed out of an Uber by the driver, and that she initiated a fight with Lewis. The defense argues that the crime was a spontaneous altercation rather than a premeditated act of stalking, kidnapping, and murder. Prosecutors pointed out that the defendant's main argument was that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds, had attacked the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds. However, this claim was not convincing, especially considering that the victim's autopsy revealed the presence of multiple prohibited substances in her body, in addition to alcohol. The defense team attempted to minimize their client's involvement in the crime. Despite this, in June 2022, Lewis was found guilty of 1 count of kidnapping resulting in death. The defense team then filed a motion arguing that the evidence would
Litter Robot has now solved the litter box problem for over 1 million pet parents around the world. Hi, I'm Brad Baxter, founder of Whisker and Litter.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. And we have a lot of wild news and updates to talk about today, so let's just jump into it.
This is a news show.
Conspiracies about P. Diddy right now are spreading around the internet like wildfire, and understandably so. All of this coming after he was arrested and charged with sex trafficking in a sweeping indictment that followed a string of similar lawsuits, and it's opened the door to tons of speculation, or people questioning what celebrities either knew of or enabled or were impacted by his alleged actions. Some of the biggest theories out there right now deal with Kim Porter, a model and actress that Diddy dated back in the 90s and 2000s. She had 3 kids with him, but she died in 2018, with her cause of death eventually being determined to be lobar pneumonia. But now you have tons of people suggesting her death was actually the result of foul play. Even had Al B. Shore, who dated and had a child with Kim prior to her relationship with Diddy, calling for an investigation into her death, suggesting that she was killed because she knew about Diddy's sex trafficking and other alleged crimes. And this is he's just one of the many people saying this, but notably, all of her kids just released a joint statement yesterday condemning these claims and rumors as false, writing, "Our lives were shattered when we lost our mother. While it has been incredibly difficult to reconcile how she could be taken from us too soon, the cause of her death has long been established. There was no foul play. Grief is a lifelong process, and we ask that everyone respect our request for peace as we continue to cope with her loss every day." And adding, "We are deeply saddened that the world has made a spectacle of what has been the most tragic event of our lives. Her memory should not be tainted by horrific conspiracy theories." They also addressed reports that Kim had written a book exposing Diddy, saying that was also untrue and that, quote, "anyone claiming to have a manuscript is misrepresenting themselves." And while with that, you have tons of people supporting their statement and expressing condolences that they have to deal with this, you also have a good number of people still trying to convince them that Diddy was behind her death. Some even telling her kids that they've been brainwashed by Diddy, or saying that his PR team put out this statement as part of a cover-up. Right? And all this is now tons of people are thinking about Justin Bieber's relationship with Diddy in a new light. Because looking back, they started hanging out when Justin was just a teen new to the industry. And while Justin hasn't spoken about the arrest himself, people are sharing old clips of Justin and Diddy hanging out and what they believe, with hindsight, show a young Justin very uncomfortable.
Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Right, even though Justin hasn't made allegations against Diddy or really said anything in this case, you have a lot of people out there reading between the lines and trying to fill in blanks. Some also sharing this clip of Justin from 2020 where he discussed his desire to protect Billie Eilish from the industry, and really wondering what he has witnessed or went through when he was a kid to be so emotional here.
It was hard for me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn, and I just want to protect her, you know? I don't want her to go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody. Yeah, if she ever needs me, I'm just a call away.
Right, and all the interest and speculation here has gotten so big that a song people claim Justin made about Diddy is going viral on TikTok with lyrics like,
Lost myself at a Diddy party. Didn't know that's how it goes. I was in it for a new Ferrari, but it cost me way more than my soul. Wasn't worth all the fortune and fame. All the girls never walking the same. Signed a paper so he never had to ever say sorry. Lost myself at a Diddy party.
and that song has been featured in thousands of TikToks, some with millions of views. But as you may have suspected from listening to it, researchers told CBS News that the song is likely AI generated. It's not in his catalog. There is no record of him releasing it, and CBS even ran it through detection tools that determined that it was at least partially AI. And notably, all these discussions are coming as Diddy separately is now even in more legal trouble right now. With yesterday, him being hit with another lawsuit. This one from a woman who claimed that Diddy and his bodyguard raped her in 2001 and recorded it. There's even more claims and allegations getting stacked up against him. We're gonna have to wait to see where things go, especially because there's no running away from this. Because while he has pled not guilty to the charges against him, he is currently behind bars. And with us obviously nowhere near the end of this saga, I think the final note that I'll hit on, this is a good mindset to have really with any story, but when you have something that has this much attention, know that it is going to be very messy. There's going to be real stuff, there's going to be fake stuff, there's going to be speculation that's just fucking outlandish, and then there's going to be speculation that absolutely makes sense. And it's important to have that healthy amount of skepticism and not treat everything as equally valid or the same. Because when the fake stuff gets exposed for being fake, it hurts the legitimacy of the very real things. But for now, as we wait to see what happens next, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with this? But then, shifting gears, unfortunately, we need to talk about what happened to Marcellus Williams. We just talked about the man on Monday. He was convicted of murdering a woman by the name of Felicia Gale back in 1998, though he has always maintained his innocence. And last January, the prosecuting attorney in the same office that convicted Williams more than 20 years earlier, he said that he thought Williams was innocent as well, with him even filing a motion to overturn the conviction, saying that the original prosecutor wrongly rejected a black juror, that the two main witnesses were not credible, and then on top of those things, that there wasn't any physical evidence tying Williams to the murder, with actually last month a new analysis finding no traces of Williams' DNA on the murder weapon. Instead, they found that the knife had been contaminated with DNA from a prosecutor and investigator working on the original case. But instead of that exonerating him because the evidence had been mishandled, it couldn't be used to prove Williams' innocence. And so eventually, after a bunch of back and forth, we got to this week, with the Missouri Supreme Court at least agreeing to consider a last-minute appeal by Williams' attorneys, just a day before his scheduled execution. Right, and Williams' lawyers didn't really even focus on the innocence claim, but basically explained how the process had been so flawed that his execution just couldn't be justified. But by Monday evening, we saw the Supreme Court not buying that, and they declined to halt Williams' execution, with the opinion saying, despite nearly a quarter century of litigation in both state and federal courts, there is no credible evidence of actual innocence or any showing of a constitutional error undermining confidence in the original judgment. And in the end, his other avenues of appeal, they failed as well. Governor Mike Parson denied clemency, and finally, yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected the final request to halt the execution, though that split 6-3, with the objecting justices being Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. So last night, after more than 2 decades on death row, Marcellus Williams was executed. One of the things with this is he is actually just one of 5 people being executed this week. The first execution was carried out on Friday in South Carolina, again after a failed appeal to the state Supreme Court, with that being a man by the name of Freddie Owens, who was convicted for a 1997 murder. And very notably there, he was killed days after a key witness in the case admitted to lying on the stand, with the witness writing in a statement to the court, "I thought the real shooter or his associates might kill me if I named him to the police." Also last night, along with Williams, there was a man in Texas who was executed for killing his infant son, though very notably there, he had waived his right to appeal and there was no claims of innocence there. And then finally, you have 2 more executions scheduled for tomorrow. In Alabama, you have Alan Miller, who's already gone through 1 botched execution, and he's being put to death for killing 3 men during back-to-back workplace shootings in 1999. And then in Oklahoma, you have Emmanuel Littlejohn, who's set to receive a lethal injection in connection to the killing of a convenience store owner during a robbery in 1992. And notably there, you have Littlejohn admitting to his role in the robbery, but claiming he didn't fire the fatal shot. And while the state's Pardon and Parole Board voted 3-2 last month to recommend that his life be spared, the governor has yet to make a clemency decision. But if the 2 remaining scheduled executions are carried out this week, it will mark the first time since 2003 that 5 were held in 7 days, according to the nonprofit Death Penalty Information Center. Plus, actually looking into it, it'll mean that the United States will have reached 1,600 executions since the death penalty was reinstated by the Supreme Court in 1976. And notably, this after executions climbed for the 2nd year in a row in 2023, with Texas and Florida accounting for more than half. Which I will say, regardless of your opinion on capital punishment in general, is something that's scary when you look at cases like Marcellus Williams and the fact that at least 200 people have been exonerated after being sentenced to death since 1973. Because it makes you wonder, out of the nearly 1,600 people who were ultimately executed, how many were innocent? And then the Chapel Roan, right? There's been mounting backlash against her. While there's a lot of focus on what she did today, this story actually starts over the weekend. Because that is when she did this interview with The Guardian, which rubbed people the wrong way. Because while discussing politics, the election, and a potential endorsement, she said, "I have so many issues with our government in every way. There are so many things that I would want to change. So I don't feel pressured to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides. I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills, use your vote small, vote for what's going on in your city." And many of her fans were immediately upset, noting that her work is inspired by drag and that she is a vocal supporter of LGBTQ+ rights, and one party specifically is working against those rights. There were people saying things like you can't play the both sides are equally bad card and pretend that the party that would criminalize our happiness is the same as the one who protects us. Some even going so far as to say she is a secret Republican. So this, as other fans defended her, noting that her political leanings are clear even if she isn't prancing around in a Kamala tee. Noting elsewhere in that specific article, she spoke up for trans rights, and separately she invites local drag artists to her shows, and as proceeds of tickets and merch go to LGBTQ+ rights.
The 2024 Kia Sportage was built for adventure. Sportage offers unmistakable style, plus all the comfort and space you crave with class-leading cargo room and second-row legroom. Its smart tech and advanced standard and available driver assistance features make it stand out among other compact crossover. Creating content on YouTube can be thrilling and push the boundaries of creativity. But sometimes the quest for the perfect shot can turn deadly. In this video, we'll look at 5 of the most tragic losses of YouTubers who died while filming. These real stories reveal the risks that come with chasing views and the ultimate price some paid. It was June 26th, 2017, in Halstad, Minnesota. Mona Lisa Perez, a 19-year-old, was in her home with her boyfriend, Pedro Ruiz, 3. They were a young couple, deeply in love, and always looking for ways to make their mark on social media. Their YouTube channel featured a variety of pranks and stunts, some more dangerous than others. On that day, they decided to film what they hoped would be their most popular video yet. Unfortunately, the stunt went tragically wrong. Mona Lisa and Pedro were getting ready to shoot a video where Mona Lisa would fire a .50 caliber Desert Eagle handgun at a thick book that Pedro was holding against his chest. Pedro was convinced the book would stop the bullet. He had even shown Mona Lisa another book he'd shot before, where the bullet hadn't gone all the way through. Confident their stunt would work, Pedro set up 2 cameras to catch the action, one mounted on the back of a vehicle and the other on a ladder. Mona Lisa, 7 months pregnant at the time, was hesitant. In the video transcript, she can be heard saying, "I can't do it, babe. I'm so scared." Pedro reassured her, saying, "As long as you hit the book, you'll be fine. Come on." Trusting Pedro's confidence, Mona Lisa aimed and fired from about a foot away. The bullet pierced the book and struck Pedro in the chest. Panicking, Mona Lisa called 911, telling the dispatcher, "We were doing a YouTube video and it went wrong. Please hurry up." Despite the quick response of the paramedics, Pedro Ruiz III, 22, was pronounced dead at the scene from a single gunshot wound to the chest. In the days following the incident, the video of the shooting, captured on 2 cameras, became key evidence in the investigation. Mona Lisa was charged with second-degree manslaughter. She pleaded guilty to the charge and was sentenced to 180 days in jail, which she would serve in 30-day increments each year for the next 3 years. She was also sentenced to 10 years of supervised probation and was banned from ever possessing firearms. Additionally, the plea agreement prohibited her from profiting off the video of the shooting. Pedro's family was devastated by his death. His aunt, Claudia Ruiz, told CNN affiliate KVLY, "They were in love. They loved each other. It was just a prank gone wrong. It shouldn't have happened like this. It shouldn't have happened at all." The couple had a 3-year-old daughter and were expecting their second child. Mona Lisa gave birth to their son in September. The tragic incident raised many questions about the lengths people would go to for internet fame. Sheriff Jeremy Thornton of Norman County expressed his confusion, saying, "I really have no idea what they were thinking. I just don't understand the younger generation on trying to get their 15 minutes of fame." Mona Lisa and Pedro's YouTube channel had a modest following at the time of the incident, with around 218 subscribers. Their videos included harmless pranks like Pedro climbing a tree and falling, and Mona Lisa feeding him a donut covered in baby powder instead of powdered sugar. In their last video together, filmed at a fairground, Mona Lisa said, "Imagine when we have 300,000 subscribers." In the wake of the shooting, Mona Lisa's tweet from the day of the incident gained significant attention. She had written, "Me and Pedro are probably going to shoot one of the most dangerous videos ever. His idea, not mine." The tweet was retweeted over 2,000 times and garnered nearly 1,500 replies, a mix of sympathy and criticism. It was May 28, 2013, in Cornwall, England. Jacob Cockle, a 28-year-old thrill-seeker and professional photographer, stood at the edge of Carnsue Pool, part of the Haley Estuary. He had always been drawn to danger, capturing extreme moments through his camera lens. That day, he was about to take on his next challenge, filming a whirlpool created by old Victorian tunnels designed to move sand out of the harbour. However, this moment of adventure would end in tragedy. Jacob wasn't just any photographer. He was known for documenting risky stunts and breathtaking natural events with millions of views on his videos. On this day, he planned to film himself in the whirlpool, wearing a plastic horse's head for a humorous touch. His friend, 70-year-old David Rain, stood nearby with a camera, ready to film. The whirlpool twisted violently, but Jacob didn't hesitate. He believed he knew how to handle it, as he had shared advice on dealing with dangerous waters on his YouTube channel. At around 7:30 p.m., Jacob waved to David and asked for a smaller camera on an 8-foot pole to capture underwater shots. As always, he was fearless, having grown up swimming in the sea. But as the camera rolled, the unthinkable happened. Jacob was sucked into the whirlpool. He resurfaced briefly on the other side, but was quickly pulled under again. David stood helpless on the shore, unable to intervene. Despite Jacob's swimming skills, the powerful water currents took him. There were signs warning people not to swim, but Jacob ignored them. He was a strong swimmer and had faced dangerous waters before. However, the whirlpool was unforgiving. Within moments, Jacob was pulled into an underwater tunnel, vanishing from sight. David, along with a nearby fisherman, called emergency services. Sadly, it was too late. Jacob's body emerged from the other side of the pool, lifeless. David and a passerby tried to revive him, but their efforts failed. Lifeboat crews arrived and airlifted Jacob to the Royal Cornwall Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. The cause of death: drowning. Later, an inquest revealed that Jacob had traces of ketamine, a tranquilizer, in his system. It remains unclear whether the drug affected his judgment that day. The coroner ruled Jacob's death an accident, stating that while Jacob took risks, they were usually well considered. In his final moments, he was doing what he loved, capturing the power of nature. Jacob's relationship with the sea began when he was young. Growing up in Penzance, Cornwall, he spent much of his life in the water. His mother, Carolyn, recalled that once Jacob was in the sea, it was nearly impossible to get him out. He learned to swim early and developed a passion for surfing, diving and swimming. But his love for danger intensified after a personal tragedy. When Jacob was a teenager, his older sister Grace passed away from a brain tumor. The loss devastated the family, and Jacob was particularly affected. He and Grace had shared a close bond, even creating a secret language as children. Her death changed Jacob's outlook on life. He began living fearlessly, believing he had to live for both himself and Grace. Her passing pushed him to take more risks, feeling that life was short and should be lived without fear. Jacob's daredevil nature wasn't limited to the sea. He would often take leaps from tall buildings into the water. On one occasion, he jumped from a 3-story building into Penzance Harbour. Another time, he jumped into the harbour outside a nightclub, narrowly avoiding being crushed by a ship. Despite these close calls, Jacob always managed to survive, until this day. Beyond his thrill-seeking nature, Jacob was an incredibly talented photographer. By his 20s, he had won awards from National Geographic and the Sunday Times. His photography, often focused on the sea, captured both its beauty and its danger. In 2011, he took a famous image of 2 surfers being swept off a sea wall by 30-foot waves, nearly losing his own life in the process. His work earned him international recognition. Just weeks before his death, Jacob had won a 28,000-pound expedition to Antarctica, a dream opportunity for any photographer. But he would never make that trip. His friends and family believed he was on the verge of achieving his greatest ambitions. Yet, in the end, his love for extreme moments cost him his life. Jacob's death left a deep void in the lives of those who loved him. His mother described him as a free spirit who saw no danger in life, while his friends remembered him as someone who lived without fear. His girlfriend, Rachel, spoke about how, after Grace's death, Jacob felt he had to live life to the fullest for both of them. On July 3rd, 2018, a tragic accident unfolded at Shannon Falls in British Columbia, Canada, when 3 well-known YouTubers from the High on Life travel group lost their lives. Riker Gamble, Alexei Liak, and Megan Scraper, known for creating thrilling travel content, were exploring the area that day. Their adventurous spirits, which had attracted millions of followers on social media, ultimately led to a devastating outcome. Riker and Alexei, both from Vancouver, started the High on Life YouTube channel in 2012 with their friend Parker Hughes. They wanted to inspire people to explore the world, take risks, and live fully.
With our servers designed for AI, you can revolutionize the way you do business, power your workloads, and empower innovation at any scale. We meet you where you are and take you where you want to go.
Who are you?
Dude, I'm you.
You're me.
What's up?
This fall, what would you ask your older self? Where do we live? Do we have kids? Are we like so happy?
I don't want to tell you too much and ruin the surprises of life.
Ta-da!
It's our missing pinky toe. Oh, that has not happened yet. My old ass. Rated R.
Over time, the channel gained over 500,000 YouTube subscribers and over 1 million Instagram followers. Their daring adventures, often showcasing extreme stunts in breathtaking locations. Megan Scraper, a former field hockey player and social media consultant, later joined the group, bringing the same love for exploration and adventure. Their message was always about living in the moment, pushing limits, and making the most of life. On the day of the accident, the group decided to swim in one of the pools at the top of Shannon Falls.
Maybe too much
The
information,
waterfall,
but
standing at 1,099 feet, is the third highest in British Columbia. Though it's a beautiful spot, it's also known for its danger due to slippery rocks and strong currents. As they stood near the edge, Megan tragically slipped on the wet rocks and fell into the waterfall.
Oh my God.
Seeing her fall, Riker and Alexei immediately jumped into the water to save her. But the strong currents overpowered them as well. In a matter of moments, all three were swept down the waterfall, plunging nearly 100 feet into the pool below. Witnesses were horrified as they saw their friends disappear. Emergency services were quickly called, and search and rescue teams from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or RCMP, and Squamish Search and Rescue arrived. Despite the rapid response, the recovery was difficult due to the dangerous terrain and strong water flow. It took hours to recover their bodies, which were all found by the end of the day. The news of their deaths spread quickly, leaving their fans, friends, and families heartbroken. Social media was flooded with tributes to the three, who had inspired so many to live adventurously. The remaining members of the High on Life team released an emotional tribute, calling Riker, Alexei, and Megan the kindest, warmest, and most driven people. They expressed their deep grief, saying, "The world has lost a great deal of light with their passing."
and too much adventure.
The British Columbia Coroner's Service confirmed that their deaths were accidental, caused by the fall from the top of Shannon Falls. The slippery conditions, caused by mist and algae on the rocks, were cited as contributing factors. John Wilcox from Squamish Search and Rescue explained the risks of areas like Shannon Falls in an interview. He described the rocks as polished granite, often covered with mist and lichen, making them extremely slippery. He warned that exploring such areas carries significant danger. This incident also drew attention to the risks taken by extreme adventure content creators. High on Life had faced criticism before. In 2017, Riker and Alexei, along with another group member, were fined and banned from US federal lands for 5 years after walking on sensitive hot springs in Yellowstone National Park. Despite the controversy, their fans remained loyal, drawn to the group's message of living life without limits. In one of Riker's last Instagram posts, he emphasized the importance of living in the moment and enjoying life, which resonated with his followers. The deaths of Riker, Alexei, and Megan left a lasting impact on the YouTube community and their fans. Their passion for exploring and living life to the fullest inspired countless people, but their tragic end shows the dangers that come with extreme adventures. Shannon Falls, while beautiful, remains a dangerous place, especially for those who underestimate its risks. Authorities continue to warn visitors to exercise caution and to be mindful of the hazards when exploring such areas. It was November 26, 2021, in Kongsberg, Norway. Tor Eckhoff, better known as Apator on YouTube, was preparing for another daring stunt. At 57, he was famous for his extreme activities like ice skating and swimming in frozen lakes, all while drinking vodka. He had over 1.2
Wake up, let the smell the café.
2 million subscribers who eagerly watched his content. That day, he went to Jacob's Dam, a frozen lake, planning to skate on the ice while filming himself. It seemed like just another typical Friday for Tor. Tor was known for taking risks in his videos, often skating on thin ice or diving into freezing waters. He loved nature and adventure, and his stunts were a mix of humor and danger. Before starting his filming, he sent his partner, Tove Skjerven, a message with photos of himself at the lake saying the conditions were good. But things took a tragic turn. While filming, the ice beneath Tor cracked, and he fell into the freezing water. Though he had been in icy water before, and always managed to escape this time, he couldn't pull himself out. Locals nearby heard his cries for help and immediately called for rescue. Firefighters and divers arrived quickly, pulling Tor from the water. He was rushed to Ullevål Hospital, but by the time he arrived, it was too late. Tor had been underwater too long. On November 27th, the day after the accident, doctors made the difficult decision to turn off life support. Tove and their son Johannes were with him in his final moments. It was a heartbreaking and sudden end for a man who had spent his life pushing boundaries. Tor's stunts were always dangerous. He skated on frozen lakes, often using a chainsaw to carve his way, and took freezing dips while drinking vodka. His unique mix of adventure and comedy made him a beloved figure in the YouTube community. Just 5 days before his death, Tor had posted a video celebrating his 57th birthday, humorously titled, "I am not dead, I am 57 today." In it, he sat in an outdoor bathtub, drank vodka, and filmed quirky moments like kissing a tree. Ironically, it would be one of his last videos. Fans were shocked and saddened by the news of Tor's death. Many saw him as more than just a YouTuber. He was the epitome of fearless adventure.
The epitome.
His final video, which had nearly 2 million views, was filled with comments from fans expressing their grief. Some called him a legend, while others shared how his videos had brought joy to their lives.
Joy to
Tove shared her pain in a heartfelt Facebook post, recalling the events of that day. She described how Tor had messaged her with excitement about the lake, only for tragedy to strike. She explained how the divers had tried to save him, but couldn't because he had been underwater for too long. She ended her post by saying, "We have endless good memories, and we miss you so indescribably." Tor's death, while tragic, was not entirely unexpected. His stunts always carried risk, and those who followed him knew it. He had lived life on the edge, constantly testing his limits in dangerous situations. Unfortunately, on that cold November day, the risk caught up with him. In the wake of his death, tributes poured in from fellow YouTubers and fans. Swedish YouTuber Niemen wrote on Twitter, "He died doing what he loved, producing his wacky and nonsensical videos that never failed to make people smile." Other fans shared similar sentiments, remembering the laughter and excitement Tor had brought to their lives. Tor's YouTube channel, which he started in 2006, was filled with content that reflected his adventurous spirit. Whether it was road trips, sunsets, or ice skating stunts, his love for nature and adventure was always clear. In an interview, Tor once said, "When you are ice swimming or messing around almost naked in the snow, you have a limited amount of time before you get too cold. During that time, you just have to handle the cold mentally." His mental toughness allowed him to push through challenges, but even his strong will couldn't save him in the end. It was a cold November night in 2017 when James William Stobie, better known as Stobe the Hobo, was out doing what he loved, riding the rails.
Oh boy.
Stobie had become famous on YouTube for documenting his life as a modern-day train hopper, showing a dangerous world few dared to enter. His videos were more than just clips of train hopping. They were artistic, with his piano music playing in the background as he crossed vast landscapes. His commentary was dry, honest, and often humorous, providing a raw look into the risks of the lifestyle he had chosen. On November 9th, 2017, Stobie was in Maryland, filming one of his latest adventures, but something went terribly wrong. Some reports say his backpack got caught on an Amtrak train, dragging him to his death. Others suggest he may have fallen from a bridge while trying to hop a train and ended up on the tracks. No matter the exact details, the outcome was tragic. James Stobie died while pursuing his passion. Stobie was only 33 when he died, but in those years, he gained a loyal following. His videos were popular not only because of the danger, but also because of his unique style and eye for capturing the beauty of America from a moving freight train. His work had the spirit of Depression-era hobos who rode the rails in search of a better life. For Stobie, train hopping was more than just a thrill. It was his way of rejecting a modern life he found unfulfilling. Born to Michael and Mary Stobie in Colorado, James had always embraced an unconventional lifestyle. Friends described him as intelligent, quirky, and passionate about his interests. His videos often featured his own piano music, blending his creativity with a sense of rebellion against societal norms. As Stobie's popularity grew, so did the dangers he faced. Train hopping is illegal and risky, something he didn't shy away from discussing in his videos. He openly talked about close encounters with train wheels and the dangers of hopping while tired or drunk. In one interview, he recalled an incident where he nearly lost his life after jumping off a train while drunk and fatigued. Despite the risks, Stobie kept going. His fans admired him for it, and on a Facebook memorial page, one person wrote, "He died doing what he loved." His YouTube channel had nearly 11,000 subscribers, drawn in by his honest, humorous, and often thrilling content. Watching Stobie ride through swamps and across plains felt like joining him on his journey. However, his death also brought attention to the real dangers of train hopping. Some speculated about how exactly he died, but the Baltimore Police Department didn't release many details. For the train hopping community, his death shows the risks they face. One user on Reddit warned others about the dangers, writing, "Train hopping is not glamorous or romantic. It will kill you." Stobie's death not only affected his fans, but deeply impacted his family and friends. He was a beloved son, brother, and friend, known for his humor, compassion, and love for life. His obituary described him as a person who would be remembered both for his work and the mark he left on those who knew him. Though his life was cut short, Stobie's influence didn't end with his death. His videos continued to inspire a new generation of train hoppers, like a young man from Colorado named Dancer, who began his own YouTube channel in 2020. Inspired by Stobie, Dancer also knew the dangers, but was drawn to the same thrill. The train hopping community has grown since Stobie's passing, with many trying to honor his legacy while navigating criticism for promoting a dangerous lifestyle. For them, like Stobie, train hopping isn't just a hobby. It's a form of self-expression and a connection to the past. But as Stobie's story shows, it's a way of life that can come with deadly consequences.
Deadly indeed.
She had mentioned to me that she just had gotten assaulted by an individual and that this individual pointed a gun at her.
Me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y yo empecé a gritar, "Help me, help me."
The woman you just saw is 27-year-old Erica Pena. On September 14th, 2018, a customer kidnapped her in his car and tried to kill her in Laredo, Texas.
I'm telling you, walk away. You're not listening to me.
But luckily, she managed to escape. When asked by an officer, she revealed that the man was actually a former U.S. Navy medical technician. His name was Juan David Ortiz, and currently worked for the U.S. Border Patrol. The police located David at a gas station after noticing his truck and confronted him.
Turn around. Oh, hey, 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 hey.
After hours of chasing him, David was finally arrested, but the situation became more complex when they realized that Erica wasn't the only woman affected. There were many other women who became his victims. What started as a seemingly clear-cut case of assault took a gruesome turn when David's crimes revealed a shocking reality, making the situation far more disturbing. As the body count rose, it revealed the mind of a killer who lived on the line between cleverness and dark madness. But why? What could have led this man to such extreme actions? Before this escape on September 14th, Erica went to meet this client and got into his truck, intending to go to his house on Burr Oak Drive. For months, they'd been visiting his house together, driving from Laredo to a middle-class neighborhood surrounded by desert. Their relationship had evolved beyond a simple client and sex worker dynamic. However, during their latest meeting at his place, an unsettling tension emerged, making the atmosphere uneasy for Erica, and sensing her fear, the man asked if she was scared. Despite being alone with them in an unfamiliar suburban area, Erica mustered courage and mentioned the name of her murdered friend, Melissa Ramirez. She asked the man if he knew about her, as news of women disappearing and later their lifeless bodies being found was prevalent during that time. Surprisingly, the moment she said it, something changed in the man's demeanor. His face, usually sullen but neutral, transformed in a way she hadn't seen before. As he approached her from behind, she felt a chilling sensation of death so close that her body revolted. In terror, she rushed out the front door and vomited in his front yard. He also followed her outside, and she hastily made up an excuse that she was feeling sick and needed cigarettes. That was her story. She needed cigarettes, and they had to leave. Maybe the man considered the law enforcement officers among his neighbors, but something convinced him to agree with her. Together, they drove a tense few minutes to a Valero gas station on the loop road nearby. Inside the truck, the conversation escalated into an argument. Erica mentioned Melissa's name again, and the man reacted by pulling out a gun and pressing it against the middle of her chest. He grabbed her shoulder, and despite her fear, Erica twisted against his grip. In the struggle, she reached for the horn, and as they fought, her shirt ripped off. But in an attempt to break free, she rushed out of the door, running and screaming without looking back. She ran towards a blur of lights, fearing a gunshot the whole time. To her relief, she found a state trooper, Francisco Hernandez, who was refueling his patrol car. In a state of panic, she screamed, "He's trying to kill me!" which shocked the officer.
Me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y yo empecé a gritar, help me, help me.
¿Ya se fue?
Sí. Ay, me asusté bastante, sir.
He quickly got her into the back seat, but by then, the truck Erica had escaped from was gone.
I know, pues it's a shock. I mean, you just escaped from a possible kidnap.
Es que de repente me dio un feeling, sir, de algo de él, and he got very weird all of a sudden. I got a vibe.
A bad vibe.
Simultaneously, the police started taking a statement from Erica at a nearby substation. The trooper who rescued her was aware of the ongoing investigation into Melissa Ramirez's murder and promptly took her to the investigators. By the time the SWAT team finally entered the house Erica had described, it was already vacant. Among the discarded firearms, they discovered an exception, a Heckler & Koch .40 caliber pistol. Remarkably, it matched the same gun that had been pressed against Erica's chest.
He had a AR-15 pistols, and they were staged ready for use.
What did that tell you? That he was ready to shoot it out for anybody knocking on his door.
Looking for a way to work smarter and not harder? With Elementor's powerful AI features, you can supercharge.
So now, in the hunt for the man, a swift manhunt unfolded, and the police promptly issued a be on the lookout alert, also known as a BOLO. It didn't take long to find him, and within a few hours, the police located David at a gas station after noticing his truck and confronted him.
Turn around! Turn around! Turn around! Turn around!
Stop right there! Stop! 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 Is this your truck? Is this your truck? Okay, all right, sir. We got a positive ID with some. This truck right here is matching with the potential, with the murders that's been happening within the past 2 weeks. We want to do an interview. We want to do some questioning. We just need for you to cooperate with us, okay? All right, fine. Make my way. Just turn around and make my way this way, okay? Turn around, please. Turn around. Hey, 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 hey.
After an intense search and a run from the police, David was finally found and arrested. At first, it seemed like a straightforward open and shut case of assault, but the subsequent interrogation revealed a shocking truth. Following the interrogation, David shared his own story and was taken to the police division for questioning that lasted for more than 9 hours, led by Captain Federico Calderon. From the start to end, we'll notice and examine the numerous changes in David's body language and statements, which are important to understand the whole situation. The more investigators delved into his past activities, the clearer it became just how incredibly fortunate Erica was to have escaped with her life. David sits in a small room with neutral walls, which is designed to calm a suspect's mind and reduce distractions. This environment not only helps both interrogators and suspects stay focused, can also make the interviews more relaxed and encourage individuals to come to terms with their situation. He sits quietly with his head down and staring at the table, barely moving any of his muscles. It seems like he's unaware of being recorded, and his hunched-over posture makes him look more distressed and miserable.
Who's the trooper I smoked, man? The trooper couldn't keep up with me, dude.
Suddenly, David's behavior changed. From sitting quietly, he turned around and started making fun of the troopers who were chasing him. This was completely different from the behavior he'd shown earlier.
Tell him he needs to work out some more, man. 2 of them. Two troopers, good. That was funny, dude.
He again started waiting for the interrogators as they made him wait for a while, a common tactic to build tension and pressure before starting the questioning. This technique aims to make a suspect feel more uneasy, which increases the chance of them willing to reveal information.
Hello, sir. Hello. Doing okay? Good, good. Safe. You comfortable? You need some water or anything? Yeah. No, I'm good. Are you right-handed or left-handed? Left-handed. Okay.
Shaking hands and introducing themselves is where interrogators take their first step in building personal rapport. This behavior signals respect instead of hostility, suggesting to David that they're here for a cordial conversation. However, having a cordial conversation becomes challenging because the interrogator's main goal is to establish elements about the assault. Interrogators removed handcuffs to make him feel more at ease and ready to talk. Their first goal was to build a connection with them and make him feel supported. This was done to ensure David felt comfortable, making it less likely for him to choose to remain silent.
As far as my house, you guys have my keys. Just walk in there and give me consent to go into my house. Do you have any weapons in the house?
After reading David his Miranda rights, interrogators' initial move was to learn more about him, and for that, they began by asking about the evidence found at his house. Even though the interrogators already knew the substantial background information on David, they wanted to hear it straight from the suspect, starting with the weapons he had.
Bushmaster, loaded. I have a 12-gauge shotgun, which I actually don't know where it's at. It's probably somewhere in my garage. I have a 20-gauge single-shot Remington. I have a 22 lever-action Ruger. And I have a very, very nice custom Kimber 45 cal. Earliest birth throughout the house, or you know somewhere else? My AR-15 is in my kitchen counter. My 2 shotguns and the lever action are in my garage. And my real nice 45 Kimber is under my bed in that master bedroom. I think that's it.
Right from the beginning, David's hanging his head and sitting uncomfortably, showing signs of impatience and anxiety. However, when you look at his breathing, it seems normal in both depth and pacing, but there's something different about David. Before they begin questioning, interrogators always consider 2 possible reasons for someone's actions. Either there's a psychological problem, like a mental health issue, or there might be sinister motives behind it. So, to figure out which could be the possible reason for David's actions, the interrogators made conscious efforts to avoid displaying any adversarial indicators and strategically transitioned to the next step, asking him about his condition.
Do you have any issues with I got a PTSD. They put me on paroxetine, which is Paxil, for anxiety and depression. right now for typhoid, for anxiety and depression. They put me on Diloprox for irritability and anger.
Okay.
They put me on Trazodone for sleeping due to nightmares.
Okay.
They put me on gabapentin for migraine headaches. They put me on another one, I don't know the name of it, for that's the high blood pressure. And I was squared away until I started going to the VA and my life went to shit. So I have never been arrested in my life. I have never nada. I'm sure you guys are looking for murder. Going to the VA, something like that got me here.
Did you go to the VA in San Antonio? Or
Over here, the one here in the
Nada, but he's
so this was the
murdered
one that
people.
messed you up, not the one in San Antonio?
Yeah, I never went to the VA until here in the hill.
Right.
And they confirmed, I've always thought I confirmed that I got PTSD. They put me on all those pills, sleeping pills, migraine pills, all kinds of shit. They had me on this 12-week program where I had to go talk to a psychologist. I've seen a psychiatrist a bunch of times.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is a mental health condition that can develop after a person experiences a traumatic event. These symptoms may include flashbacks, nightmares, heightened anxiety, and avoidance of reminders. It can affect anyone who's been through a distressing incident, such as war, assault, or natural disasters. Treatment often involves therapy, medication, or a combination of both to help individuals cope with and manage their symptoms. David followed the advice, at least for a while, by visiting Laredo's VA clinic, where he received medication to address his struggles. Unfortunately, instead of improving, his health took a downturn. After learning about David's condition, their next move was to grasp how much it might have influenced his actions. They allowed David to ramble and talk freely by guiding the conversation occasionally, while everything was being recorded and carefully checked for any inconsistencies in his behavior or statements.
Dr. Shankar, he's here in the hill. Shankar, he's like Indian or something.
Okay.
And La que vi every single week for like 12 weeks is in se llama Patricia Amparan.
Her name is?
She was, I would see her by TV because she's out of San Antonio and I live here in the hill, so they would do like a telephone. And I would talk to her like that. And I was fine until I started going to the VA, so.
Did you express your concern to the doctors when you weren't feeling right?
Yeah, I once told Patricia Amparan that I was suicidal, and she flat out said, "You need to be very careful with what you're saying because you're law enforcement, and you say this, I'm going to have to report this, and it's going to get you in a lot of trouble." So she pretty much hinted, "Don't say this again."
Okay. Did you ever tell your suit that you were having issues running the Border Patrol?
They would rubber band my ass
quickly.
Considering I'm a supervisor.
Did you start noticing when you started feeling this way? Or was it gradual? Did it happen?
It was gradual.
By the time you felt that it was already past.
See,
yes.
Yeah. The first month and a half that I was taking the pills, I had some nasty headaches. And they told me it was the body getting used to it. And then they increased my doses. And then for a while, I was just like fucking out of it.
The interrogators brought David's attention back to the weapons he had. Since all the women found were shot, and according to Erica, David wanted to shoot her too, they suspected that he might have used his gun recently, and this would make him more likely to be a target in their investigation.
What's in your truck? You said what's in your truck? Is that what something there? Yeah. Okay. When was the last time you shot this?
I don't remember, man.
Give or take?
Probably the last time I called, which was once a quarter. So I was supposed to call this coming Tuesday, so subtract 3 months from that. tell me, jail on Highway 59.
Digo, pero when you ran, you don't know why you ran?
I went into the restroom at the gas station.
Okay.
I came out and I saw a trooper, like another trooper, and one I had his rifle. Put your hands up. What the fuck?
Okay.
You know, like, don't put your hands up. Put my hands up, and I go, sir, you're freaking the crap out of me right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. Sir, right now, are you the owner of that truck? Yes. Truck. Don't move. Like, what the fuck? Don't move. You know, like, turn around. Like, turn around. Fuck this. I fucking took off running.
Because you were scared, or
Right, yeah, like, what the f***? Dude, I go to the restroom, and there's a guy with an AR-15 with a flashlight pointing at me. And I think the other guy had a rifle or a sidearm. And I was like, what the f*** is going on? So I take off in full sprint. And one thing I learned from the house is, this fucking place never
The world has changed. You can order anything online and get it delivered to your front door. Why not a call?
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, folks, it is time for some more of the darkest and strangest disappearances. This is always a very weird and unsettling topic, because, you know, some of them were like, we know, but we don't know, while others are just so baffling they make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Because sometimes it's just like, you know, how is that even possible? Don't know. But it happened. And once again, we're going to go through this iceberg style, which is the stories get darker and more disturbing as we go on. But before we get into it, please click that subscribe button to see new stories for the dark every single week. Now, let's give it a go, big dog. He didn't get where. Tyler Davis was born and raised in Ohio, and come 2019 was 29 years of age. He'd been married to his wife Brittany for about 2 years by this time, though they had been close friends for much longer, and together they had a son, also coming up on 2 years, named Aaron. And if you go onto Tyler's Facebook page, you'll see why. Tyler and Brittany, they'd only been married for kind of a relatively short time, but by all accounts they loved each other a lot. So things were busy, you know, between the two of them. Tyler, he was working a lot. They had a brand new baby, and Brittany, she also worked. She worked nights as a bartender, so it was kind of a pretty busy household. In 2019, he was working as a manager at a Wendy's, and he was described by, you know, his colleagues and his co-workers as a good-ass. One of them good-ass managers you would want to have. Like, this is what one wrote about him. Quote, more like a father figure than a manager, and he'd give us money, food, the clothes off his back. He hangs out with co-workers outside of work to play games almost weekly. His son is his life. So the strange story of Tyler Davis, it begins on February 23rd, 2019. Now, both Tyler, Brittany, and their son Aaron, they'd have been living in the city of Wilmington, Ohio, small city, about 12,000 people. And just coming up to this stage, it was Brittany's birthday. She was turning 23 years on this goddamn planet. She was 6 years younger than our Tyler. So what the plan was, drop baby Aaron off at Tyler's parents' house, you know, the grandparents' house, and then head off to that jewel of Ohio, the Midwest's premier shopping, dining, and entertainment destination. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Easton Town Center. Basically, it's a big open-air shopping mall northeast of Columbus. They'd relax, they'd have some drinks, shop, massage, nice little getaway for just the two of them. And so they made the trek about 90 minutes from Wilmington to Easton Town Center and checked into the Hilton there at about 5 p.m. All good so far. In fact, they had friends in the area that they were planning on meeting up with, going for a few drinks with that night. You kind of know the drill yourself. In fact, that very night, the 23rd of February, they met up with a friend. His name wasn't initially released, but he was later identified as Sean Hughes. He was a longtime college buddy, in fact, of Tyler's. And it's that night, as they were out there in this Easton Town Center, like basically a big open-air shopping mall, that's when things got weird. So Tyler, Brittany, and John, they'd been out partying pretty much all night. They worked nights mostly, so it would be very rare they would actually get out to go party themselves. They're out drinking, then, you know, it was getting late. The only place left open was a strip club. Nice. And so they're having a good ass time. At about 3 a.m., all of them lashed themselves into an Uber to take them back to the Hilton Hotel that they were staying at. It's sort of a blur what kind of happened there. I mean, you have 3 people up at 3 a.m., all have been on the beer all night, so things are going to be kind of blurry for everybody involved. But for some reason, Tyler, you know, when they arrived back at the hotel in the car, he was very agitated, confused, and upset. Brittany would say that both Tyler and John fell asleep in the Uber, so perhaps when she woke them up, say, okay, we're here, you can get out. Tyler, you know, thought they were at the wrong hotel. You know, as I said, he probably would have been kind of a little bit out of it at that stage. Regardless, he was being a bit difficult, as you can imagine, and he said he wanted to go for a walk. Now, Brittany and John were like, no, let's get you up to a room, but regardless, he was kind of like storming off. Brittany, she really had to use the bathroom. She heads into the hotel. John says, I'll go walk with him for a bit, have a smoke, he'll calm down. Then, at 3:37 a.m., Tyler calls Brittany, who is up in the hotel, and he says, I'm just, you know, walking around, I'm having a cigarette. Sorry if I was acting weird, you know, back at the Uber. Things are all good, I'll be up in a few minutes. Then shortly after, Brittany hears a knock, knock, knock on her hotel room door. She opens it, and it's John. But it's just John. He says, yeah, you know, Tyler's down there, he's just finishing off a cigarette. He'll be up in a few minutes. But Tyler is not up in a few minutes. Then Tyler calls John on his phone and says he can't find the hotel, which is weird when it's like, I thought you were just like smoking outside or just down the road. I mean, you know, as you can see right on the map, it's a pretty open air, like big open air shopping center. It's not exactly the kind of place where you could, you know, feasibly get lost in. So he's trying to find his way back. Then a couple of minutes later at 4:10 a.m., Tyler calls Brittany saying he's in the woods, but he can see the hotel. He'll be there in a few minutes. But it's weird because there are no woods near the hotel. This is a shopping mall. He did call again, Brittany, a few minutes later, but this time there was just silence on the line. After that, Tyler's phone went dead, and he would never be heard from or seen again. It's like one of those things where how is it possible for you to disappear in this place? John left the hotel to go home to his own house at about 4:30 a.m. I guess he just was totally crashing, and they couldn't get in touch with Tyler. And so then Brittany, you know, hours started to go by, and she's freaking out more and more and more. He said he'd be right up.
Look up to 5 years younger? Yes, please. Add volume to the cheeks for lift with Juvederm.
They had never been to this place before. Where is he? She soon started calling around the local jails, the local hospitals, thinking maybe something happened, he got picked up. Nothing. She then calls some friends who also live in the area to start driving around. Nothing. She calls the cops. He's reported missing. Tyler would have been quite drunk when he was walking around outside, and this was winter in Ohio, so a little chilly, but searching the following morning he wasn't found passed out or anything. The police investigation was delayed. He's a grown man, he's drunk, he just walked off of his own accord, yada yada yada, but they couldn't find any clues as to where he went. The only thing, in fact the only clue to have to where Tyler was that his phone GPS, it was tracking him the entire way, not his phone pings, the actual GPS, so they could have that accurate view of where he was going and where he was walking. And it showed pretty accurately where he was and how fast he was going, and he was walking at a medium pace, pretty consistently strutting through the area. In fact, this is the route he took, sort of a U-shape, walking through car parks and such. Now the thing is, when he called saying he was in the woods, his GPS was dead by this stage, so likely his phone went into, you know, low power mode or something, where he could still call, but the other shit was turned off. His last known location was about 16 minutes south of the hotel. And this is such a strange route to take. This is away from the stores. This is in more of the industrial area, car parks, offices, that sort of thing. And the woods are the strangest because there's no woods in this area. There's tiny little gardens and parks, you know, out front of the offices. But I'm not talking deep-ass forests or anything here. There is one across from the hotel, but from the direction you would have been coming in, the hotel clearly visible on the left, the deep dark woods on the right, and they're not even that deep or dark at all. He wanted to get back to the hotel. There's a recording that the police released of him asking Siri to take him back to the hotel, but he never made it.
Take me to the Hilton, room 403, Columbus, Ohio. Let's go.
He would have been in a state pretty drunk, but I mean, he was walking at a medium pace, not stumbling that much where he could have fallen or something like that. He was able enough to make calls and to ask Siri to take him back to the hotel. It's one of these baffling stories where how was he not found? And how did he get lost? This isn't one of my national park horror stories, you know, this is a guy disappearing in a mall.
One day, boy, you're gonna be too big for your dad to do that.
He is such a good dad. And it's just really frustrating when I'm trying my hardest to just like stay strong for my son.
This little boy's father, Brittany Davis's husband, Tyler, hasn't been seen or heard from since February 24th, Brittany's birthday. They had planned a birthday celebration at the Easton Town Center in Columbus.
I'm like, oh my gosh, this hotel is so nice. It's huge. You know, like look at this whole area. There's a Tiffany's over there. This just makes no sense.
2 months later, Brittany says she's still searching for answers.
Like, I'm not giving up. I'm not ever going to stop.
And at Columbus Police Headquarters,
he's been missing for 221 days as of today.
Missing Persons Detective Jason Brommer shows the evidence collected so far. A map of Easton, time-stamped, next to yellow pushpins showing the path Tyler walked. Still photos of Brittany, Tyler, and his friend Sean at Easton Town Center. Nearby wetlands being searched. And Tyler arriving back at the Hilton at 3:18 a.m. after partying before he disappeared.
There have been many theories as to what happened, from human trafficking, which seems unlikely that they would want a 30-year-old man, to him getting in the wrong car, maybe robbed and killed, to a hit and run, and then his body was taken away. That maybe Brittany and John had something to do with it, but, well, no, we're fairly sure that they didn't. They didn't even want Tyler to go for a walk, and Brittany was for sure back in the hotel. Maybe he's still in the area. The extensive searches that happened, they just missed him. There was small bodies of water that wouldn't have been deep that were searched. Maybe they missed him? In December 2021, a judge declared Tyler Davis legally dead. But that doesn't change the fact that we simply don't know what happened to Tyler, and it's so strange to disappear in the area he did. It's a baffling case. This next story is ongoing. Well, okay, I mean, all these stories are ongoing, but this one is like going right up to now. It's about the disappearance of Chelsea Grimm, a 32-year-old woman who disappeared in a national forest not far from the Grand Canyon. She was only a few days into her cross-country trip from her home in San Diego, traveling to a friend's wedding in Connecticut, when she simply disappeared in the woods. Chelsea was born in 1991, growing up on the East Coast in Connecticut. She studied psychology at Pace University, then graduated from NYU with a master's in social work, and began working for the New York City Department of Education, caring for kids as a social worker. Chelsea was very loving, very compassionate. I mean, as you can imagine, right, working with kids. But it seems that after working in New York for a while, it seems like she wanted to do more, be more adventurous. She was always described as a very skilled photographer. So she kind of wanted to, maybe do something with that, help people in some other way. And so she'd eventually move across the country to San Diego and continue doing social work, but kind of leaning more and more into her passion of photography. And so it was on September 24th, 2023 that Chelsea Grimm set out for Connecticut in her Ford Escape. Rubber meets the road, she was going to drive across the country. Now, her original plan was to actually fly from San Diego to Connecticut, but she found out that the airline she wanted to fly with, they wouldn't let her, bring aboard her beloved bearded dragon named Roz. So, cross-country trip it is, shucks. Now, the cross-country trip from, San Diego to Stanford, her home, that's 2,800 miles, or a 42-hour drive, and Chelsea, photographer, planned to document the entire trip with her camera. However, it was a mere 3 days into her adventure that Chelsea, it seems, had a change of...
You're leaving me?
For a TurboTax expert who charges me less but gives me more. Sing it, Adam.
Hurt. She called up her parents and she was kind of saying, I don't think I can do this. This is too big for me. She told them she wasn't going to continue, and by this stage she said she was in Arizona, and so she would just hang out here for a few days before heading back home to San Diego. It sounded like she wanted to just camp, in the desert for a few days and do some photography of, the beautiful Arizonan wilderness. But what's very strange about her being in Arizona is that she would have been 3 days into her cross-country road trip by this stage. And she was only in Arizona by this, she should have, that would have taken her 6 hours. She should have been much, much further, almost in Connecticut at this stage, and she wasn't. So it's like, what was she doing? What was taking her so long? Maybe she wasn't planning on going to the wedding at all, but who knows? Chelsea did make plans to have lunch with a friend in Phoenix, Arizona on the 28th of September, but she would never show. In fact, after that, she was never heard from again, or at least not from anyone who knew her. With no word from her for about a week, Chelsea Grimm was reported missing on October 4th, 2023. The next day, a discovery was made, giving them a clue. It was on October 5th that her car was found. Car was found with 2 flat tires by a couple of hunters in the Kaibab National Forest. This is an extremely remote place in the desert. The closest town, a good 40-minute drive. The hunters had seen the car parked in this unusual place and could see something was off about it due to its slanting, the flat tires. The car was locked, no one was inside, and some items were missing. So the hunters called the police, who ran the plates, who linked it back to Chelsea Grimm. So what happened? Was Chelsea, had she gone camping, in the forest? Well, see, missing from her vehicle was her phone, her wallet, some camping equipment, and her bearded dragon rods, which, she wouldn't have left the bearded dragon behind. So it would kind of seem likely that with the flat tires, and the flat tires were found to have been done just by the terrain, that maybe she was driving, she got a flat tire, and so she was like, well, I gotta huff it out of here. I'll grab my shit and go. Regardless, this wasn't good, and it's not exactly a place you kind of want to be out alone in. It also turned out that she'd been acting strangely kind of in the days leading up to this. I mean, well, first of all, as I said, she was in Arizona. She should have been much further if she was planning on driving across country by this stage. So what was she doing for the past few days? Nobody knows. Then, after she cancelled lunch with her friend, she drove north to these small little towns that dot this part of Arizona. Why she was there, we don't know, but she tried to check into a hotel and pay in euros for some reason, saying she wanted to stay off-grid.
Unless you take euros, or anyone in town exchanges euros. I was trying to stay off the grid.
That same night, she was stopped by a police officer responding to a suspicious vehicle not far from a graveyard.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I just was doing a photo shoot of the lost soldiers and got a little emotional, so I was crying before
okay. I'm just making sure someone called it in, so...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're quite all right. I mean...
I was just doing a photo shoot, yeah. Packed up. I'm going to leave soon.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to drive like that. Sad.
I got you. You've been smoking a little bit of marijuana?
Earlier today, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Do you have your license on you by any chance? It gets me all emotional, too.
Yeah, it's just, I'm trying to do a series on the lost and the forgotten people in this country.
I know you told me that you smoked marijuana and you're kind of, well, obviously I would be in an emotional state as well. I don't know if you want somebody else to drive you or if you just want to hang out here for a little bit longer, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, if it's okay with you if I hang out here for another 15 or 20 and then head on the road, that would be my plan, I think.
Yeah, I don't see any signs of impairment or anything like that. So.
Chelsea seemed pretty upset. Who knows if it was about these soldiers or no.
Yeah, no, with my eyesight and then crying, it's not the best combination at night.
I totally
was like,
understand.
I'm just gonna cry on the road, or I'm just gonna sit here and cry. So
Do you have a hotel around here or anything?
I don't. I was actually thinking of just camping for the night, but I wasn't really sure exactly yet.
Gotcha. Well,
I didn't plan to be here until sunset.
Okay. You can't camp in the city limits. It's kind of like a city statute we have.
Okay, good.
But you can always go. I don't know if you can see the yellow lights over there, the Loves. It's a trucker stop in the gas station area. You can just sleep there. Nobody will bother you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that. Cool.
All right. Well you have a great time.
That was also the day when activity on her phone and her banks stopped. The next time she was seen, and this is actually the last time she was seen, was September 30th. So 4 or 5 days before her car was found. And she was seen camping, kind of again in the same area. She was seen camping by a woodcutter. He went to check on her. She said she was fine. She was just in the area, doing some photography. Then a few days later, she was reported missing. Her car was found. And her camera, by the way, was left. It was found in her car, which was, again, kind of unusual. I mean, her camera... Most photographers would never leave a camera behind, especially one that was, quite expensive, the lenses and such, like hers would have been. The fact that her camera was left behind would also lead you to believe that maybe she'd been in some kind of trouble and had to huff it out of there, as opposed to her driving to this national forest and then going camping, where she would want to go and take pictures, which is why she said she was in the area in the first place. And another thing is that the final photo on her camera is weird. It's a picture of her holding flowers. All the doors of the vehicle are open. Just seems creepy. There's something creepy about that picture.
You wouldn't wish it on anyone.
It's been 2 weeks since Stephen and Janet Grimm have heard from their daughter every morning since, waking up with hope that will change.
It's been just a horrible.
From start to finish, our experts are here to help turn your vision into reality with free design services.
Horrible experience. Her pet was gone, her wallet with her credit card, her debit card, her driver's license was gone, clothes and a sleeping bag were gone.
Chelsea's camera was left behind in her car, which is where the sheriff's office found the most recent photos taken by her. Officials immediately launching a search effort in the area from the air and on the ground. They say no foul play is suspected.
Even if it seems trivial, we're hoping that someone saw her.
Now, most people think that Chelsea was having some kind of mental issue, which led her to be, well, where she was and what she was doing. That, mixed with drugs, the officer said he could smell weed, perhaps led her to go into the woods. The flat tires seemed like it was from the road she was driving on, and maybe it made her paranoid. Huge searches have been done to find her in the forest, and all have come up empty. Likely she got lost out there, so you think they would find her, but as I always say in my national park horror stories, no, you probably won't, because forests and national parks are extremely big. You never know what could have happened to her out there, if she is still even there. So theories are flat tire, she tried to huff it out of there. Another theory, she had a mental health issue. Same thing again, she tried to huff it out of there or went into the woods and something happened. Her parents would say that she had some mental health issues, but like nothing like this. Never anything even remotely close to this, nothing major at all, nothing that ever truly concerned them about her state. But her dad would also say that she was having trouble with a boyfriend at the time, and that he thought she was scared of him and that she was running from him. Now, I must say, though, of course, police investigated all of her romances. The police don't believe there's anything there at all. Chelsea Grimm disappeared about a year ago. As I'm posting this video, hopefully there will be news about her being found soon. Marion Barter was a teacher and a mother of two, living in Southport, Australia. This is a little town just north of the city of Gold Coast in Queensland. Come the year 1997, Marion, 51, had been married 3 times, divorced 3 times. She was an outstanding teacher, and she had a number of secrets. Ones she kept from everybody. Secrets that would only begin to spill out over the spring and summer of 1997, because that is when she vanished, under very unusual and concerning, disturbing circumstances. Marion was described as an adventurous woman, vivacious, lively. She was a loving mother, an excellent teacher, but it seemed like she was someone who simply wanted more from life. At 51 years of age, it sounded like she wasn't where she wanted or expected to be. It sort of seemed like she was going through some kind of midlife crisis or something like that. This is perhaps why she began to do a number of strange things, which led to her dark and disturbing disappearance, and perhaps even led to a strange man. In April of 1997, Marion sold her home for a loss of about $15,000. She then changed her name legally to Florabella Natalia Marion Remical. She had a password in that name, but she didn't tell a soul. She told nobody about her legally changing her name from Marion Barter to this mouthful. Everything she would do seemed very out of character for our Marion. Shortly then after, she resigned from her job and she said she wanted to move to England and teach there and travel all across Europe. And this was something she would do. In the summer of 1997, mid-June, she upped and she left. She flew from Australia to England. She left her kids behind, her 2 kids. They were both in their 20s. And so she was traveling around England. She was sending postcards from all these various towns and all these various places back to her kids, to the school where she worked, to former students, saying, oh, hey, having a great time. She called her daughter, Sally, August 1st of that year, saying, yeah, here in England. Sally would say nothing seemed amiss during that call. She was having a hell of a good time. But that would also be it. After that, nothing more would be heard from Marion after that call. People did begin to speculate, sort of begin to, worry. But, Marion traveling throughout England, and she said she wanted to travel throughout Europe. Yeah, she's probably fine. And, she'd send back postcards all the time, but postcards were always sent from different places. So they couldn't exactly kind of track her down. But things became extremely worrying on October 23rd of that year, 1997. It was her son Owen's birthday, and Marion was always described as a very loving mother. She would make sure as shit to call her son happy birthday. But when she didn't call, that's when people really began to say, okay, whoa, buddy, slow your roll, something's not right here. They began to try and track her down. They are still trying, because that was when the secrets began to kind of spill out. Sally contacted her mom's bank and found that $5,000 a day had been withdrawn from her mom's bank account over a period from August to September. But each withdrawal, those $5,000 a day for like 3 weeks, each withdrawal had been made in Australia. Had she even left? Then in October, a big, huge lump sum was taken out of her mom's bank account, $80,000, and transferred to some mysterious bank account. It did appear that she had actually left the country. The postcards were from like legit places. Like one was Royal Tunbridge Wells. Look at, fair play to you, we get the royal in there. So she was in England for a time, but it appeared she had returned and never told a soul. She left Australia June 22nd, and she returned under her new name August 2nd. This was to Brisbane, north of her hometown, and she didn't tell anyone she was home. She kept the charade going that she was abroad. Now, when Sally learned of this, she went to Brisbane, hey, my mom apparently returned home here. Can I have a missing persons report, please? And the police said, no, your mom's fine. She doesn't want to speak to you. But the police also never physically saw Marion. When Marion returned to Australia, this was on August 2nd, the day after she had called Sally, her daughter, for the last time, saying, I'm having a great time in England. And on the customs and immigration form she had to fill out, coming back to Australia, she said she was married and living in Luxembourg, and she would only be in Australia for a couple of days. Then, about 10 days later after that, her Medicare card was used in Australia, don't know what it was used for, and then that was it. She just fell off the face of the earth. And over the next decade, some very weird stuff came out about who Marion may have been involved with, who she maybe ran off with. A scam artist, a possible killer, who maybe had promised Marion a new life, and instead ended it.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can
In 2013, Sally got a message on Facebook from a stranger. Natalia is alive, but you never see her again. It was not her intention to disappear. She was forced. Sally then, her daughter, who really was leading the investigation into her missing mom, over the few years, she would team up with some internet sleuths and find out a couple of things about maybe who her mom had been in contact with. Marion had changed her name, Florabella Natalia Marion Remical, and they found in a French-Australian newspaper a Lonely Hearts ad. It was from a man named F.N. Remical, looking for a wife. Tracing that name and the number attached, it led to a Frederick Remical, also known as Frederick de Hedaveri. And when confronted by Sally, did he have anything to do with her mom's disappearance? He denied it, but he did say that he knew a man named Rick Bloom, who in the 80s had stolen his identity, had stolen Frederick Remical's identity, and had been using his name. So Rick Bloom was using these very strange aliases, including Mr. Remical. Rick Bloom also changed his name legally 11 times and was known to use over 50 different aliases. He would later admit to, yes, having had an affair with Marion, having placed that ad, which is the only Remical link they could find. That was what everybody was questioning. Why did she change her surname to Remical? This is the only Remical they would find. He'd say, yeah, place that ad. He would speak French, one of the main languages spoken in Luxembourg. So it seemed like, well, yes. Maybe had she gone to meet him? Had he promised her a new life and more started to come out, because it would find that there'd be a startling number of coincidences between Marion's travels that we know of and Rick Bloom's travels, because he left Australia in June of 1997 under a different name. A week later, Marion did. Then he returned to Australia late July 1997. 2 days later, Marion did. He opened a new bank account. £80,000 was transferred from Marion's to a mysterious bank account. Then, just after that money was transferred, he closed this mysterious bank account. 3 women would come forward, saying he had met them via Lonely Hearts adverts. They met Rick, he offered them an exciting life, he said he was a rich European businessman, tried to get them to sell everything, would get angry if they refused, and ultimately took from them tens of thousands of dollar dues. He would take these women on trips across Europe to places like Royal Tunbridge Wells, where he once lived. You can see where this is likely going. Rick Bloom has denied murdering Marion Barter. An inquest into Marion's disappearance ultimately concluded in 2024, that Marion was no longer alive. That Rick Bloom does know more, but no charges against him were recommended.
Sally Layden had the support of dozens of loved ones as a coroner today confirmed what she's known all along.
Coroner's just told me officially my mum's deceased. So that's the first time I've heard that in 27 years.
Her mother, Marion Barter, disappeared in 1997 after changing her name, selling her house and quitting her job. She'd been dating a man named Rick Bloom who lied about his identity. Today, Coroner Teresa O'Sullivan found the pair travelled to the UK, returning without telling Marion's family. She found Bloom preyed on vulnerable women and withheld crucial information about Marion from the inquest. She also found New South Wales Police bungled the missing persons investigation, recommending it now be referred to homicide detectives.
And so we do not, to this day, know what happened in the strange disappearance of Marion Barter. I mean, her daughter, Sally, is the one who's kept this in the news, which ultimately led to an inquest and more coming out. And likely the only man, the last man who probably was with Marion Barter, who took her to Europe, who maybe took her back to Australia, and then something happened. And all her money mysteriously vanished, which he is a history of known for. And now he is off the hook. For now, he is off the hook. This next story takes us deep into beautiful New England, close to the Canadian border, if you can believe that. Because in the small town of Montgomery, there is a place called the Black Lantern Inn, sort of a B&B/restaurant featuring all locally sourced produce. The reason I'm yapping away about it is because in 2004, a young woman named Brianna Maitland, she was working there. She would disappear under very creepy circumstances. Brianna had spent her entire life in Vermont. She was born to a guy named Bruce and a woman named Kelly. She grew up on a farm in a place called East Franklin, growing up with her older brother. Brianna was smart, she was funny. She was trained in jiu-jitsu, so you know. Don't mess with the big B. As she grew older now, Brianna decided to move out of home at a very early age. She just wanted to be alone. She was an independent spirit, and her parents would say it doesn't believe there was any, they would say there was no stressors at home which would want her to leave early. She just wanted to be by herself. She wanted to be closer to her friends. She would, in fact, transfer high schools to be closer to her friends. Brianna, she would move to a few different places before settling down, moving in with a friend named Jillian, and she began working when she was 17 years of age at the Black Lantern Inn, and she was attending nearby Enosburg High School. Now, this entire area is pretty wild and rural. The town she attended school in, Enosburg Falls, 1,300 people lived there. The town she worked in, Montgomery, 1,200 people. A lot of the places around here would be for hunters, farmers, and leaf peepers during the fall. Brianna, though, away from her parents, started partying a lot. Maybe a bit too much. Maybe hanging out with bad people a little too much. Maybe doing a little bit of drugs too much. In fact, this all then would lead to an incident.
We're going to senior prom.
Date with Joe? I'm excited.
Meet me at the happiest. In February 2004, when Brianna was at a party, hanging out, having a good time with a load of friends. At that party, she would be attacked by another girl, a woman named these are like late teens. Her name was Keely Lacrosse. See, at the party, Brianna, who'd been there with her boyfriend, Brianna was somebody who always kind of wanted to be liked, wanted a bit of attention, and so at that party, it's believed she flirted with a guy. She had no intention of taking it further, just everybody loves a bit of attention. But the guy she flirted with, well, Keely was his girlfriend. Keely was not too happy about that. She just wouldn't have it, right? So, well, she kind of lashed at Brianna, and Brianna says, "Whoa, Audi 5000. She left the party, goes to sit in her boyfriend's truck, waiting for him to take her home. Keely got out there before Brianna's boyfriend did. Brianna winds down the window. Keely lashes at her and starts beating 7 shades of shite out of her, punching her through the window. She gives her black eyes, a broken nose, concussions. Brianna has to go to hospital and would reluctantly file a police report. Now, reluctantly, because as I said, Brianna kind of wanted to be she didn't want to, upset anybody, do anything like that. And it's also believed to be one of the reasons why Brianna didn't, she was trained in jiu-jitsu. She could defend the hell out of herself. She didn't fight back because, well, she wanted to be didn't want to upset people, and probably knew that if she did jiu-jitsu Keely might end up even worse than with a couple of black eyes, broken nose, and concussion. Although it's also like, what's the point in learning jiu-jitsu then? And so it was Friday, March 19th, 2004, about 3 weeks after that party, that Brianna vanished. That day, she had been shopping with her mother in a town called St. Albans in the area. And then something weird happened while her mom and Brianna were shopping. They'd been in the checkout line, after grabbing a few bits and bobs. And while they were in the checkout line, Brianna looked outside, like to the car park at the window. And she's seen something. She says to her mom, Kelly, I'll meet you outside. Kelly then pays for the items, goes and meets Brianna in the car park. And she said Brianna was very upset. Something had happened. She was very agitated, and her mom didn't really want to ask too much about it, but I don't know what she'd seen out there or who she had met out there more likely, but it wasn't good. Then that evening, Brianna's off to work. Black Lantern in time. She'd work in the restaurant, doing bits and bobs and all that sort of thing. She finishes up her shift at around 11:20 p.m. She gets into her car to go drive home. She had work early the next day. Go drive home to, she was staying with her friend Jillian, though she never made it home. Now, what followed was the weekend. This was Friday night when Brianna was leaving work, and Jillian, not seeing her over the next couple of days, assumed Brianna was staying with her boyfriend. But as time goes on and the next week begins, she's thinking, okay, what's going on here? She calls Brianna's parents. Have you seen her? Heard from her? They had not. They file a police report. No one had heard from her. Quite simply, she had left work, that finished up her shift as per normal, gotten into her car, was driving down a short distance, through, though, quiet, deep, dark woods of Vermont. She never made it. It was then Thursday. Brianna's parents, they go to the police station with photographs of Brianna, what she would have been wearing, all that kind of stuff that police would, need to send out far and wide. And as they're sitting in the police station describing Brianna, describing her car, one of the cops goes, is this her car? They say that was her car, but she never would have left it in that state, ever. It had been found on March 20th, which was the day after she had last been seen. It looks like it had been reversed into an abandoned house, reversed quite heavily as boards of the house had broken. Inside the car was a water bottle, an unsmoked cigarette, and 2 of Brianna's paychecks from work. She was 17 years old, living by herself. She would have needed those paychecks. And the house was very creepy. You take one look, that's like haunted as shit. But the car was the real scary thing. The doors were unlocked, no evidence inside. So who had left it there? Probably not missing Brianna. The search began in earnest, but from Jump Street, they were shit out of luck. No forensics were found inside the car, no signs of a struggle, no blood or anything. It was just in this very weird and creepy location, in a manner it should not absolutely be. The police had found it on the Saturday, which was the afternoon after she had left work. They didn't report it missing because the police officer, he'd like the next few days off, so he never bothered to kind of follow up on it or give it to another officer. And there was snow in the area, but it had melted by the time the police found it, so there was almost no evidence there to say how her car had gotten it and where was she. There was witnesses though who had been in the area that night. One witness said he was driving past that abandoned, the old Dutch burn house is what they called it. He would say he was driving by between 11:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. and he'd seen the car there with the headlights on. Now, Brianna had left work at 11:20 p.m., so it's likely, if his timing is correct, something happened like that as soon as Brianna would have left work. Her car ends up here and she ends up nowhere. Another driver driving at the same time would say he saw the car also there, but the turn signals were flashing. The car was seen by a couple other people the following morning until the police eventually found it. So Brianna had been driving home. Maybe she had been planning on meeting somebody on the way, but that seemed unlikely as she said she was due for work early the following morning, so she just wanted to get home and go to bed. So it's unlikely she was going to meet somebody. Had she been driving a hitchhiker? Or somebody else had followed her? Somehow got her to pull over. Brianna was trained in jiu-jitsu, so the guy who, presumably the guy, or people who overpowered her must have done so, knowing that she was trained in jiu-jitsu, and then who knows what happened to her, abducted her. And no evidence in the car of a struggle or of blood.
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean.
You got just 1 hour to love me before I catch that midnight train.
Hoping to find new clues, rescue teams from the state police resumed their search for Brianna Maitland, a Franklin County teenager who vanished on a cold night in March of 2004. They combed cornfields in the town of Montgomery, where her car was found backed into the side of an abandoned house the morning after her disappearance. Police believe Maitland was the victim of foul play.
When we conduct these searches, we're always hopeful that we're going to find evidence, and evidence that will help us answer any questions that we have unanswered, which in this case are many.
Police combed the area and found nothing around her car. The FBI would process the scene and say foul play was likely. The uncashed checks left behind made it seem very unlikely that she had ran away. A week after she disappeared, state police received an anonymous tip saying she was being held in a house by drug dealers. This house was raided. The two drug dealers were known acquaintances of Brianna's, but she wasn't there. No evidence she was there was found. And a number of claims would come up against these two drug-dealing lads who lived in the area that, as I said, were known acquaintances of Brianna's. One was that she owed them money for drugs, so they had a grudge against her. So they abducted her, they cut her up, and they left her deep in a bottom of a lake or something. Or other people would claim that she had been tied to a tree and left in the deep dark woods of northern Vermont, where she would never be found. But what happened earlier on that day at the store that left her, so upset? Over the years, tips came and went. A woman in a casino in Atlantic City was said to greatly resemble her. She has never been identified. Police thought that maybe serial killer Israel Keys could be responsible. He had been in this area before. Or is it linked to Maura Murray, another unsolved disappearance which occurred around the same time, less than 100 miles away? The most recent news about the strange and baffling disappearance of Brianna Maitland came in 2022. If you can believe that, when police said they found DNA on an item of interest that was found within the car. They traced who this DNA belonged to. They said this person was cooperating with the investigation, and that's sort of it.
The 11 individuals that we compared the DNA to were people that were persons of interest. That's how we identified them throughout the investigation in the course of the last 18 years. It was DNA that we had collected in the course of investigation.
That person at this time is not considered a suspect in the case. Vermont State Police say because of the ongoing nature of the investigation, they are unable to provide any further details.
They have not released anything else. The only clue behind Brianna's car being found in a very weird position just makes this case more baffling than many missing persons cases. The city of Gallup lies in western New Mexico, and it's surrounded by all of these reservations. It's called, the town is actually nicknamed the Heart of Indian Country. When you're thinking of western, like old 50s cowboy movie, you're probably thinking of a place like Gallup, or at least the surrounding, countryside. It's not only known for its frontier spirit or the amount of Native Americans who live here, but also for the countless movies that were filmed right here. These days, about 20,000 folk call it home, but we ain't going. We ain't going to these days, baby doll. We're going to the mid-80s. When a young girl named Antoinette Cayedito, she lived there. Antoinette Cayedito was nicknamed Squirrel, and she was the eldest of 3 daughters to a woman named Penny, a single mom. Antoinette was born in 1976, making her 9 years old when our story takes place, the spring of 1986. She was known as very affectionate, caring, loved music, Michael Jackson, very important to her. She loved her Bible studies, but she was also known as just very, wise beyond her years. She was only 9 years old, but she would be, motherly to her 2 younger sisters. She helped out her mom Penny a lot, looking after them as they grew. After their dad left, Antoinette became a second mother to young Wendy and young Sadie. She would go far. That's what everyone would say about her. She would go far. She had it all. Unfortunately, she never got far at all. See, the disappearance of Antoinette Cayedito, I would say this is like kind of every parent's worst nightmare, but I think, you don't have to be a parent to see how horrifying this was. And it all began on the evening of April 5th, 1986. That Saturday evening, Penny had gone out to a local bar, a few scoops with some of her friends, and she left Antoinette, Wendy, and Sadie back home, but they were in, the company of a babysitter. Now, 33-year-old Penny would often pop out with friends, for beers, down local pubs and the bars and whatnot, but, she'd always leave her kids with a responsible adult, so nothing strange so far. Penny arrived home at about midnight, and she sent the babysitter off herself. But then it seems like she stayed up for quite a number of hours with her 3 daughters. It seems like Penny and Antoinette, they stayed up just talking, while the 2 younger kids, they headed off. They slipped off to bed. Then Penny said she herself went to bed at around 3 a.m. Antoinette likely young Antoinette, likely heading off to bed herself, when there came a knock at the door. The following morning, around 7 a.m., Penny gets up, right? Bleary-eyed, goes to start rousing her kids. She goes into Sadie's room, wakes her gently. Goes into Wendy's room, wakes her too. Then she goes into Antoinette's room, and Antoinette is not there. Goes looking around the house. She cannot find Antoinette at all inside the home. She goes to the front door, which she was sure she locked when she sent the babysitter home. The door was unlocked now. She goes neighbor to neighbor. Anybody seen her? Nobody has seen her. She calls the Gallup police to report her 9-year-old daughter is missing. Unfortunately, however, the full search didn't begin until the following day, which was Monday. And by this stage, any signs of Antoinette would be long gone. She had vanished into the night. Inside the home where she had vanished from, nothing was missing. She hadn't taken anything with her, and there were no signs of a disturbance. It being clear from the get-go they were dealing with an abduction. Some people did come forward with some information from the night. There was a guy from the bar who said he had been at the bar, drinking with Penny. They'd gotten into some kind of argument. He said that around 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m., he had knocked on the door to talk to Penny to apologize to her. But no answer, so he went home himself. And his alibi was cleared. He had gone home to a friend's house and stayed there. He hadn't, interacted with anybody in the house that night. And in fact, searches in the area were largely fruitless for the first year. They brought in dogs to try and trace her scents from the house, and the dogs led nowhere. They could.
Are we Latinos? Are we Americans?
What if we are both? The ones who care for one another and the ones that fight for our freedom. We are.
Couldn't find any scent of where she'd gone. No one, it seems, that night in Gallup had seen anything notable of a missing girl. But one person, they did have a secret. In fact, maybe more than one person. The next clue, it would be almost a year, 1987. April 1987, that a clue would come in, and this clue, it was a phone call. This is pretty disturbing, just as like a warning of what happened. On April 12th, 1987, so almost exactly a year after Antoinette Cayetito disappeared, the Gallup Police Department got a phone call from a child identifying herself as Antoinette Cayetito. The call only lasted a few seconds, and it ends with her screaming as the phone is taken away from her. As a warning, some of you might want to close your ears for the call.
Police Department. Hello. I'm Antoinette Cayetito. Okay, whereabouts in Albuquerque? Hello? Antoinette, where are you? Antoinette?
So the call did not last long enough to be traced. It was only about 20-odd seconds, and she claimed she was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So the police, they went to Albuquerque, but it's a big city. They had already put up missing posters, flyers of her there, didn't unveil anything new, and as I said, they couldn't trace the call. It wasn't really helpful at all. But there's a couple of things interesting about that call that I just want to point out for you. Antoinette Cayetito, if that was her, because some people said it's a hoax, it's not her, whatever. But let's say it was her. She says she's in Albuquerque, and so likely what would you dial? If you tried to Gallup, you would dial 911. That couldn't be possible then. If she was in Albuquerque and dialed 911, she would have gotten Albuquerque police. But this call went straight to Gallup, so that means that whoever was calling must have known the local, number, right? The local police number. How many of you know your local police? I'm going to say probably not a lot of you. Some of you, I'm sure, do, but most people don't know it. And a 9-year-old girl knowing her local police department's number? Possible, kind of unlikely. So who knows if that was or not? Let me know your thoughts on that one. But regardless, a horrifying clue came, but the police had no way to follow up on it other than renewing their search in Albuquerque, which is a large city. If the police did have their suspicions about the family, they publicly voiced them that somebody may know something. Maybe Penny had hid some other information, but nothing really came out. Then something else interesting happened 4 years after Antoinette Cayetito disappeared. When Antoinette's father, a guy named Larry Estrada, his sister disappeared, Luisa. She was a mentally challenged young woman, and she'd been going for a walk in the park, and then she vanished. She was 25 years old. She vanished. She'd be found a month later in Mexico, in Juarez. She had been abducted and taken there, and who knows what happened to her, but at least she was found safe. So people began to think this guy's daughter disappears, and then his sister disappears. She was found in Mexico. Was Antoinette Cayetito taken to Mexico? Over the years, witnesses would come forward saying they believed they'd seen her in various different places. One woman, a truck drove by. She heard screaming coming from the truck, a child shouting, "Help me, help me." But that was one possible sighting. So, but I mean, that's one of those ones where it's like either it's Antoinette Caidito or it's not. Either way, it's horrifying. Another story was even more disturbing. Was a waitress was, serving this young girl who matched Antoinette's description, and she was with this older couple, this unkempt couple. The waitress would describe them as, and this young girl kept knocking cutlery off the table in the diner. So the waitress would come and pick it up. Every time she did, this young girl would squeeze the waitress's hand. Then, when they left, waitress was cleaning up their table. She finds a note saying, "Help me, call the police." But by this stage, she called the police. They were gone. The waitress didn't cop it while they were there because the diner was just incredibly busy. But that's, again, whether that was Antoinette or not. It's disturbing. But one of the biggest clues would only come out 5 years after Antoinette Caidito disappeared, and it would be Wendy who had been holding this secret the entire time. Now, Wendy was only 5 years old the night of. When she was 10, she told a story to the FBI that there was a second knock on the door that night, and that she had seen Antoinette being abducted. She said, once again around 3 a.m., somebody had knocked on the door. Antoinette had gone up to the door. A man had spoken through the door. Antoinette opened it. There was these two men there. They grabbed her, reefed her out of the home, and threw her into this brown van while Antoinette was screaming. This brown van then sped off. And in fact, another witness had said they had seen a brown van in the area that day. Why Wendy never mentioned this for 5 years. Why she never mentioned this, we don't know. She was only 5 years old at the time. Who knows what was going on in her head. Wendy's life would later spiral into drugs and addiction and gangs. She would eventually, though, be able to turn it around. But I'm guessing her not saying this for quite a long time affected her greatly. The searches went on. They continue to this day, and they've all come up fruitless. Police have always suspected Penny of either hiding information, maybe even allowing her daughter to be taken, to be trafficked. She did change her stories a few times, and she mentioned once that she didn't come home alone that night, and she also failed a lie detector test. There was also mention of some guy, only known as Emiliano. Who knows who he is, but allegedly in the days leading up to Antoinette's disappearance, he had taken a keen interest in her, bringing her flowers, having her sit on his lap, that kind of thing. This guy was somebody Penny never mentioned. In fact, Penny never mentioned this creepy guy until somebody else mentioned it in Penny, like while the police were there. And Penny was like, "Oh yeah, I guess I better admit it." But who knows if Penny knew more about what happened to her daughter, but she passed away in 1999. And Antoinette Caidito, probably the most disturbing disappearance in this video, is still missing. Everybody in this video is still missing to this day. So you know what about any of these? Do they look familiar? Please call the police. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this whole video. It means so much to me. A shout out to the folks over on Patreon who are helping support and keep running that chapter if you ever want to join.
The 2024 Kia Sorento. It's the perfect blend of style, comfort, and adventure-ready capability. You'll enjoy advanced.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. And today we're exploring the horrifying true life world of serial killers. And we're starting with the most disturbing serial killers that the world has ever known.
I'd go off into fantasy worlds that you'd never want to share with anybody because they're so cruel.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're examining the 20 most terrifying and disturbing serial killers.
Well, the point with God is I never told anybody the name.
The more you listen to Samuel Little, the more horrific the story becomes.
For this list, we'll be looking at the creepiest multiple fatality felons that kept us up late at night due to their terrible actions and unsettling behavior. Which of these appall you the most? Dennis Rader. Having named himself BTK after his modus operandi, for 20 years, Rader was a massive thorn in the side of the police in Kansas.
When BTK came forward, everybody's life changed. He would see a woman walking and he would say, "She's next."
Like the infamous Jack the Ripper, he sent mocking letters to the cops and media. But in person, Rader seemed nice. He had a loving family and was the president of his local church congregation. His first victims were the Otero family in 1974, and his 10th and last victim was Dolores Davis in 1991. Then he dropped off the map, but in 2004 he began taunting them once again. However, he got sloppy with a floppy disk, and it was traced to his church.
He asks the police in one of the communications, what if I were to give you a floppy disk with more details of the killings? Could you identify me?
In 2005, Rader pleaded guilty and got 10 consecutive life sentences. Robert Hansen. As a teenager, Robert Hansen would take part in hunting to escape his rough home life. But as he got older, his victims went from animals to human beings. He would abduct women, often sex workers, and assault them before driving or flying them out to the wilderness. Here was where he would hunt them down like prey, toying with their lives. Nicknamed the Butcher Baker by the media, Hansen was confirmed to have assaulted and killed at least 17 women.
In his confession, Hansen described how he would take his victims into the woods and hunt them as prey.
In 1983, a teenage sex worker named Cindy Paulson was set to be on that list. However, she managed to escape when he was stalking his plane and alerted the authorities, who would arrest him. He received a sentence of 461 years and died in prison after serving 31 years.
After his sentencing, Hansen accompanied troopers into the field to find more of his victims, represented by X's on his map.
Israel Keys. What's most terrifying for the police and the public is a killer with no MO. But to make things worse, how about one who was also trained by the U.S. Army? This was the case of Israel Keys.
I would let them come to me. Just remote area. Come go to a remote area that's not anywhere near where you live, that other people go to as well.
Across the country, Keys had set up kill kits, which gave him access to equipment wherever he decided to attack someone. After he killed 18-year-old Samantha Koenig, the FBI was able to track his bank account use and make an arrest following the demand for a ransom.
Police arrested 34-year-old Israel Keys 4,000 miles away in Texas.
Once he was in custody, however, it was discovered that Keys was responsible for the murder of multiple victims.
We did spend a fair amount of time talking about his crimes and his offenses as well, and those times were definitely very chilling to hear him talk about what he has done.
Before he faced trial in 2012, Keys took his own life, and taking with him information that might have been used to solve other crimes. Marcel Petiot. With France under German occupation in the 1940s, Marcel Petiot, a doctor, preyed on those attempting to escape persecution. Later claiming he was working for the resistance, even though there was no evidence, Petiot set up a fake escape route under the name Dr. Eugène.
In the midst of the German occupation during World War II, Petiot is considered a hero for operating a secret escape route for Jewish people attempting to leave Paris.
He gave those running a fake vaccine containing cyanide before stealing their valuables and disposing of their bodies. 23 remains were discovered, but Petiot's lifetime victim count is suspected to be as high as 60, if not higher. In 1946, Petiot was executed by guillotine, which was still the country's method of capital punishment at the time.
His last words? "Gentlemen, I ask you not to look. This will not be very pretty."
Karl Denke. Born in modern-day Poland in 1860, Karl Denke appeared to be a beloved member of his community. After all, they nicknamed him Papa, as he let homeless people live in his house for free and volunteered at his local church for a time. But away from prying eyes, he held a very dark secret. In 1924, a badly injured Vincenz Olivier alerted townsfolk that he was attacked by Denke. While the authorities didn't believe him, they later arrested their stand-up citizen as they investigated. Shortly after, Denke took his own life. The police then found human remains of at least 30 people in his house, some of which were made into items. There's also speculation Denke sold the remains to unsuspecting locals. Joseph James D'Angelo. Police officers are meant to be honorable and find justice for victims, not cause a wake of destruction like Joseph James D'Angelo.
For decades, Joseph James D'Angelo was America's most wanted man.
The Golden State Killer.
In 1976, he began his spree of assaults and burglaries in Sacramento, California. In the space of 3 years, he had committed 50 attacks. By 1978, D'Angelo progressed by slaying Brian and Katie Maggiore. He morphed into the original Night Stalker and later the Golden State Killer before the crime stopped in 1986. Then, in 2018, the police used genetic genealogy from the DNA found at D'Angelo's crimes to trace it back to him.
The search takes anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. Within a day, I had the list of potential relatives to the Golden State Killer.
In 2020, amongst several charges, he pled guilty to 13 murders as part of a deal to avoid capital punishment and got a life sentence.
But tonight, the Golden State Killer muttering this apology to his victims.
And I'm really sorry.
Moments later, Joe D'Angelo was sentenced to life without parole.
Dean Corll. After leaving the Army in 1965, Dean Corll returned to Houston, Texas to work in the family candy business. He was known to hand out free treats to children, earning him the nickname Candyman.
Known as the Candyman, because of his family's sweet shop that used to be across from a school off 22nd Street.
Shortly after, he began a relationship with the underage David Owen Brooks. When Corll began his killing spree in 1970, Brooks helped him select victims. Corll then got Elmer Wayne Henley involved too. In 1973, after slaying 28 people, Corll decided to take out Henley along with 2 other victims. The teenager managed to convince Corll that he was on his side. But when the opportunity arose, Henley fatally shot his former mentor. Both Brooks and Henley received multiple life sentences. David Parker Ray. Sometimes killers go that extra terrifying mile with their modus operandi. David Parker Ray modified a trailer that would be labeled his toy box. The trailer was soundproofed and filled with instruments for his violence.
He called it the Den of Satan.
He would abduct women, abuse them for months in the trailer, and presumably eventually end their lives, sometimes with accomplices, one of them being his girlfriend, Cynthia Hendy. In 1999, a woman managed to escape the toy box after 3 days and get help from a neighbor.
That's what I went through. And these families deserve to have these people to know what happened.
The police immediately arrested Ray and Hendy. On a plea deal, Ray was sentenced to 224 years in jail, while Hendy, who testified against her former partner, got 36 years. It's unknown how many women Ray killed, but some estimates are upwards of 60.
He claimed to have abducted 40 women from across the U.S.
Hollow Scream has resurfaced at SeaWorld Orlando with 12 haunts, including 4 all-new haunted houses, 3 all-new scare zones, and coasters in the dark. Get tickets for as low as $49.90.
Since no bodies were ever found, he was never charged, and he never will be. Ray died in prison in 2002 by heart attack.
Edmund Kemper. At 6'9", Edmund Kemper was an intimidating figure.
I was dreaming, thinking, fantasizing murder all day long. I couldn't get it out of my head.
But with his gentle demeanor, he seemed harmless. However, as a teenager in 1964, he fatally shot his grandparents. 5 years later, he was released from a psychiatric hospital and went to live with his abusive mother, Clarnell Strandberg. By 1972, Kemper began driving around Santa Cruz, California, picking up young women who were hitchhiking. He would act impatiently, which enticed them inside the vehicle since they believed he was too busy to be an attacker.
In custody, Edmund Kemper would reveal to investigators the full horror of his extraordinary crimes, in minute and graphic detail.
But he was. This MO earned him the nickname the Co-Ed Killer. In 1973, he brutally killed his mother and her friend before handing himself to the police. With 10 victims altogether, Kemper received a life sentence. Andrei Chikatilo. Having grown up in difficult circumstances in rural Ukraine under USSR rule, something broke in Andrei Chikatilo. But to the outside world, all seemed okay. He had a wife, 2 kids, and began working as a school teacher in 1971.
As a teacher, the 34-year-old hoped to find acceptance and respect, and yet instead he found constant humiliation. His students didn't take him seriously. They refused to behave and smoked right in front of him in the classroom.
But not long after getting the job, Chikatilo began assaulting pupils. By 1978, he moved on to killing, with his wife providing him an alibi. Using jobs that required traveling as a cover, by 1990, Chikatilo claimed to have slain 56 people, mostly in the Rostov Oblast, earning him the moniker the Butcher of Rostov. After being arrested and later confessing to his tirade of crimes, Chikatilo was held in a cage in court.
He probably, in some respects, wanted to be caught. I can't imagine somebody doing that for all those many years and not realizing that he was living in a hell of his own creation.
He was found guilty and executed in 1994. Ted Bundy. In the 1970s, many women came to the aid of a man, often appearing injured, who needed help in one form or another. With his good looks and charisma, this mystery guy seemed genuine. Instead, he was one of the most infamous killers in history as he forced his victims into his car.
The chances he took, it's not just that he went out and committed murder, but he seemed impervious to fear. And from there, the nightmare began.
Ted Bundy escaped capture multiple times, continuing his grim spree as he did. But by 1980, he faced court for the final time. Bundy had confessed to slaying 30 women and teenagers across multiple states in the U.S. However, there's speculation that the true figure could be over 100. For the third and final time in his life, Bundy was sentenced to capital punishment, which took place in 1989.
So it ended for Ted Bundy. 10 years, 28 confessions, millions in Florida's legal battle to end his life.
Ed Gein. Serving as inspiration for several horror movie villains, such as Buffalo Bill in The Silence of the Lambs and Leatherface in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Ed Gein was a disturbing killer.
Twisted Killer was a quiet loner named Ed Gein. Hidden inside the 51-year-old's rural farmhouse was a ghoulish treasure trove.
He was raised by an abusive mother that taught him that women were evil. In 1957, one Bernice Warden vanished in Wisconsin. Following a lead, the police arrived at Gein's isolated house and discovered a terrible scene. On top of Warden's body, they found a catalog of items made from human remains. Altogether, there were pieces made from around 40 people. Gein claimed to have grave robbed most of the remains. In 1968, he was deemed fit to stand trial and was found guilty of Warden's slaying. Gein spent his remaining years in psychiatric hospitals.
He was such a little person that I found it hard to picture him as the person who'd committed all these homicides. He lived there very peacefully. He never caused any problems.
John Wayne Gacy. One pretty common phobia is clowns, and the case of John Wayne Gacy certainly didn't help ease any of those fears.
36-year-old John Wayne Gacy was a popular socialite who spent his weekends dressed as a clown, entertaining children.
Gacy regularly performed in a clown persona at parties and events, but behind the scenes, he was a rampant killer of boys and men. In 1978, after suspecting the police were onto him, a paranoid Gacy would confess his crimes to his lawyers. The police had what they needed to search his house, where they would find several remains in his crawl space.
29 bodies buried in that house of his on Summerdale, a crime of horrendous proportions. In the crawl space underneath, bodies covered with lime and encased in plastic.
He was charged with the assassination of 33 young men and would spend 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection.
It was a circus. We were in a room at some point and we saw a television screen and we saw thousands of people lined up at least a mile down the street at the prison with signs, "Kill the clown, kill Gacy."
Fred and Rosemary West. Occasionally, serial killers come in pairs.
You're talking about two people who literally plumb the depths of human depravity.
While Fred had murdered in the past before meeting Rosemary Letts, Rose's first victim was purportedly Fred's stepdaughter. The two then went on a rampage, assaulting and killing 9 other people together, including West's first wife, Catherine Costello, and their daughter, Heather West. Many of the bodies were buried on their properties.
Even though they were not alive, he wants access. He wants to feel that he can actually be part of this area, and they are part of this area. This is his private graveyard.
Big
Big Apple Academy, where excellence becomes tradition. Elementary and junior high schools, advanced programs in English, math.
After investigating assault charges against the couple, the police found evidence of the violence. Although officially charged with 12 killings altogether, that number is estimated to be higher. In 1995, before his trial, West took his own life, and Letts was sentenced to life in prison.
And I was absolutely gutted. I wanted him to pay the proper price. And he just took his own way out and had his own way about what happened to him. He was in control right to the end.
Jeffrey Dahmer. From his late teens, Jeffrey Dahmer began a horrific killing spree. His victims were all men or boys, and many of his later crimes involved unspeakable acts to the bodies.
Jeffrey Dahmer was responsible for killing more than a dozen people. The majority of those murders happened in an apartment near the Marquette campus.
In 1991, Dahmer enticed Tracy Edwards back to his apartment with the promise of beer and payment for photographs. However, Edwards realized something was wrong and managed to escape. After he flagged down police officers, Dahmer's apartment was investigated and grim evidence was found, leading to Dahmer's arrest.
His macabre 13-year crime spree finally ended when this man, Tracy Edwards, brought the police to the infamous apartment. Like the others, he had gone there with the promise of money.
He was listening to my heart because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point.
He was convicted of 15 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, in 1994, he was fatally attacked by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver.
There were a number of people who felt that Jeffrey Dahmer got exactly what he deserved. And I called his mother. She said, well, now everybody got what they want. The monster is dead. And then she said, he was my son. He was my boy.
Albert Fish. Nearly 100 years ago, New York had a killer on the loose, nicknamed many things, including the Gray Man and even the Boogeyman. Honestly, it's not too far off. Albert Fish was a disturbed individual who targeted children. While we can't exactly list off the crimes toward them, just know they're terrible. To make things even more disturbing, the unhinged Fish sent the mother of one of his victims a letter describing what he did. 10 years after Fish began his acts, he was captured in 1934 after witnesses claimed to have seen him with missing children. Fish would admit to the murders, but would also claim he had over 100 victims. At his trial the following year, he was sentenced to execution, which was carried out in 1936. H.H. Holmes. Thought of as one of the U.S.'s first serial killers, Herman Webster Mudgett, better known as H.H. Holmes, dabbled in fraud in his early years to earn cash. Then he constructed what would be nicknamed the Murder Castle in Chicago, Illinois. It contained secret passageways and trap doors that allowed Holmes to slay privately and dispose of the evidence in the basement's furnace.
But what Holmes has done is to create really a killing machine, a factory.
He would usually entice women into the building and later opened it up like a hotel. In 1894, Holmes was arrested for a different crime before his killing was discovered. He confessed to 27 victims, but loftier speculations have the number over 200. In 1896, Holmes was executed for his grim crimes.
You are cleansed and delivered. May God have mercy on your soul.
As Holmes waits for his life to come to an end, he remains cool and composed.
Samuel Little. In 2019, the FBI confirmed that they'd identified Samuel Little as the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history. After being convicted for slaying 3 people in 2014, the unsettling extent of his crimes began to leak out over the next few years. By 2018, Little had confessed to killing 93 women across the country.
It's disturbing to listen to, but investigators want to hear it all and more. 79-year-old Samuel Little has confessed to 93 murders. That's more than were committed by Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer combined.
Little provided the FBI with details on many of the cases from 1970 to 2005, and even drew the victims from memory to prove he was telling the truth.
These are the portraits drawn by Samuel Little himself. They're the women he claims to have killed. They're so accurate that family members have recognized lost loved ones from them.
Before he passed away in 2020, more than 60 of Little's confessions across at least 14 states had been confirmed by the authorities. Harold Shipman. Doctors are meant to be people we all trust. This makes the case of Harold Shipman especially chilling. He was a general practitioner in England who took people under his care only to end their lives.
5 of the 15 women he's been convicted of murdering died in his surgery. Normally, doctors have no such deaths. He signed 70% of his death certificates. Normally, it's no more than 30%.
In 1998, one of his patients suddenly passed away, and a will, one that the family knew nothing about, gifted a lot of cash to Shipman. Police investigated the doctor and found evidence of forgery.
He falsified computerized medical records, he entered false information on his victims' death certificates, and lied to their families.
Upon further examination, they found that many of his patients seemed to pass from overdoses of diamorphine. In 1999, Shipman was charged with the murder of 15 patients, many of whom were older women. He was sentenced to life in prison, and in the aftermath, there were thought to be as many as 250 victims.
Now he's taken his own life. He was found in his prison cell at 6:20 a.m.
Pedro Lopez. What's worse than a serial killer? Well, how about a known one authorities can't currently locate? Born in Colombia, Pedro Lopez was a serial murderer across South America and was nicknamed the Monster of the Andes.
It seemed impossible that one man could have carried out so much violence. If Lopez was telling the truth, he'd rank among the most prolific serial killers in history.
In 1980, after attempting to abduct someone, Lopez was arrested in Ecuador. He was soon charged with 110 homicides. However, Lopez reportedly confessed that his victims could total more than 300.
Lopez, it seemed, hoped to gain a twisted kind of immortality.
Esto queda en la historia, ¿sí o no? Si me van a pasar al panteón, yo soy muy joven para morir.
In 2006, the Guinness World Records actually named him the most prolific serial killer before it was taken down in bad taste. Unfortunately, Lopez was released for good behavior in 1998 and was declared sane. But as of 2002, after being linked to another murder, his whereabouts are unknown.
He went back into the countryside he knew so well, to the killing ground where he had found so many victims. That was the last time anyone reported seeing Pedro Alonso Lopez.
Our next list will be highlighting some notorious European predators who terrorized the lives of so many people.
They had not dealt with anyone of his caliber before.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. Now today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 most notorious European serial killers.
I feel absolutely no pity for any of those people I killed. I am a much better person than any of them.
For this list, we'll be looking at infamous murderers in European countries. Who do you think is the most notorious? Number 10, Anatoly Onoprienko, aka the Beast of Ukraine.
The terrified locals have come to call him the Terminator.
Though most widely known as the Beast of Ukraine, Onoprienko was also called the Terminator and Citizen O. After his arrest in 1966, he admitted to killing 52, dating back to 1989.
This man's from the devil. He was motivated by evil, and that's what drove him.
He targeted families, as well as any potential witnesses. Police found a slew of evidence in his home, including weapons and items he stole from his victims. He's gone on record saying he felt no remorse for his crimes.
I feel like a cross between a human and a robot. Most of my work was supposed to be done by robots. I consider myself an experimenter, with myself and with other people.
While in prison, Onoprienko issued a press release saying that his goal was to achieve a world record for killing.
Life has treated me harshly, so I don't think about being punished. I'm a working man. I'm an executioner. And remember, punishment is up to the gods or the devil, and I don't think about it.
In 2013, he died of a heart attack at the age of 54. Number 9, Karl Denke, aka the Forgotten Cannibal, the Cannibal of Zambitsa, Prussia. Church organist Karl Denke appeared to be a kind, well-liked, upstanding member of the community. What people didn't know was that he killed at least 42 homeless and/or traveling people over the course of 21 years. As the nickname suggests, he consumed his victims, but he didn't keep the remains all to himself. He owned a food shop selling meats, the ingredients of which we don't want to think about. Denka was finally caught in 1924. However, he took his own life before he could be questioned or convicted. Upon searching his residence, police found many various body parts. Number 8. Henri Désiré Landru, aka the Bluebeard of Gambia, France. This unassuming Parisian swindler seduced and killed women during World War I. Also referred to as France's Lonely Hearts serial killer, he took advantage of wealthy wives left widowed by their husbands dying in the war and placed dating ads in newspapers. Despite being a husband and a father, Landru was romantically involved with almost 300 women. Though no bodies were ever found, he was found guilty of 11 murders. It's believed that he murdered over 70 more women. In February 1922, he was executed by guillotine. Number 7. Mikhail Popkov, aka the Werewolf, Russia. Ex-policeman Mikhail Popkov used his occupation to lure his victims, offering them late-night car rides. He admitted to targeting women he saw as immoral, killing them for going out partying. One of the survivors, who was 17 at the time, said she was violently attacked and left for dead. Since his arrest in 2012, Popkov has confessed to killing over 80, all women except for one policeman. However, these are just the murders he can remember. He's widely regarded as Russia's worst serial killer and reportedly brags to his cellmate that he'd killed more people than Andrei Chikatilo. Number 6. Mariam Solokiotis, aka the Woman Rasputin, the Killer Nun, Greece. Mother Superior Mariam Solokiotis was a nun who embezzled the dowries of wealthy women joining the covenant. The abbess allegedly killed 177 men and women at the Karatia convent.
Pirate's treasure.
Arr! Aye, to pirate's treasure.
See it before you buy it with Valspar's free paint chip.
She led the Old Kalendaris sect, which is separate from the Greek Orthodox Church for its practices. Solokiotis strictly imposed abstinence and fasting among the members of the convent, leading to many deaths, both youths and adults alike. Police arrested the nun for her shocking crimes in 1951. She received life in prison in 1952, dying 2 years later. Number 5. Alexander Pichushkin, aka the Chessboard Killer, Russia. Pichushkin's crimes went uninvestigated until the body of a retired police officer was discovered in 2005. He also killed a co-worker who left a note for her parents naming him as the person she'd be with. A metro ticket was found on her body, and police saw Pichushkin on the station's surveillance footage.
These are the last images of Marina Moskalyova alive. She doesn't know it, but she's walking with a man who has a hammer in his bag and who fully intends to kill her. That man is Alexander Pichushkin.
Eager for recognition, he made a full confession to the media. After his arrest in June 2006, police found a chessboard with 62 spots filled, leaving 2 spots open. He was also called the Bitsa Park Maniac due to his frequent victims left in Moscow's Bitsevesky, aka Bitsa, Park. Number 4. Niels Hugel, Germany. As a nurse, Hugel deliberately put his patients into cardiac arrest in order to save them in front of his colleagues, but many did not survive.
Colleagues called him the resuscitation Rambo because he would manhandle them out of the way so he could get to the sick. But a high death rate among his patients made colleagues suspicious.
Over his 15 years of employment at 2 hospitals in northern Germany, it's suspected that Hugel killed as many as 300 patients, a third of which he confessed to.
In 2005, Hugel was finally caught red-handed as he was about to administer an injection to a patient. It was the end of a killing spree, unprecedented in Germany, a nurse who doesn't help sick people, but secretly murders them.
In 2018, he was found guilty of 85 of them, while he was already serving a life sentence for 2 he caused by lethal injection. He's regarded as Germany's worst serial killer in modern history. Number 3, Elizabeth Bathory, aka the Blood Countess, Hungary. The legendary Countess Elizabeth Bathory de Eched is labeled by the Guinness World Record as the most prolific female serial killer in history. The story goes that she killed virgin females, believing that bathing in their blood made her appear young.
Her sadistic reputation was beginning to strike fear into the hearts of all who heard her name.
You must imagine these people cowering outside the walls of her castle, never knowing what exactly is going on in there, but knowing at the same time that they are absolutely subject to this person's power, to this person's whim.
She's been called a vampire and a cannibal. Though the lore that surrounds her is mostly speculated, we do know that she was essentially put on house arrest until she died. She and several of her servants were found guilty of imprisoning and murdering over 600 females. In this case, the truth is much more horrific than fiction. Number 2, Peter Sutcliffe, aka the Yorkshire Ripper, England. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Sutcliffe murdered 13 women and attempted to murder 7.
It was an investigation with twists and turns and a case that still haunts the British public to this day.
For years, women and girls felt that simply leaving their homes at night meant taking their lives in their hands.
Since most of victims were sex workers, few were concerned about their deaths, and officials didn't bother investigating. However, the public was outraged when a teen's body was found at a playground in 1977. Due to her age, she was deemed the first innocent, since she didn't leave the same as the previous victims.
All women then felt at risk, and very positively it had been established that the same man was responsible for all these killings, and it had developed by this point into a reign of terror, really.
Sutcliffe was dubbed the Yorkshire Ripper because of the similarities between the injuries on his victims and that of Jack the Ripper. Despite being interviewed by police several times, Sutcliffe wasn't caught until 1981. You can imagine how I felt. I was absolutely stunned. I was totally gutted, because I remembered interviewing the man, I remembered my suspicions, my colleagues' suspicions, and what we'd written about him. And I thought, what might have been?
I use SketchUp as my primary design visualization software for my business.
Before we unveil our top pick, here are a few dishonorable mentions. Harold Shipman, aka Dr. Death, England, Britain's most prolific mass murderer.
I think that a significant number of the people that Dr. Shipman killed, he may have killed quite simply because he did not wish to continue caring for them for whatever reason.
Michel Fournier, aka Ogre of the Ardennes, France and Belgium, hunted women with his wife.
Fournier's crimes are amongst the worst France has ever suffered.
He's killed at least 8 young girls and women, but it's likely to be more.
Andrei Chikatilo, aka the Butcher of Rostov, Russia, killed over 50 women and minors.
Whether you believe that he was the victim of the circumstances under which he was born, or whether you believe he was an evil person who used free will to do what he did and wanted to kill, that evil.
The people of Florence are losing patience. They are angry, scared, and frustrated with an investigation that has failed to trap the killer.
Number 1, Jack the Ripper, England. Arguably the most infamous serial killer of all time, Jack the Ripper was the elusive perpetrator behind the Whitechapel murders in the late 1800s. The number of victims is still unknown, though 5 were identified, known as the Canonical 5.
The murders shocked the Victorian world with their brutality.
and the world's most famous serial killer came into being.
The unidentified serial killer was believed to have a medical background, given the surgical precision used to remove his victims' organs from their bodies.
I am once again reminded that a cunning psychopath armed with surgical knowledge and a razor-sharp scalpel can tear a human life apart in a very short time indeed.
Some body parts were taken, and others were left at the crime scenes. But a number of these remains were sent to police, along with taunting letters.
As a consequence, the murders are now turned almost into a street pantomime, and 5 sordid East End murders became an international phenomenon, and the unknown miscreant responsible for those murders was elevated to the realm of legend.
Theories about his identity continue to circulate to this day.
Okay, we're now going to look into the twisted minds of serial killers connected to other serial killers.
Arguably the most prolific serial killer the United States has ever seen, outranking even Bundy.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're looking at serial killers who share some sort of surprising connection. The BTK killer was an urban legend for evading authorities during his activities in Kansas between the 1970s and 90s. Finally, in 2005, Dennis Rader was sentenced to life imprisonment for 10 murders.
There's no way that I can ever repay him.
Among the many who wrote to him afterwards was a writer for Psychology Today, who received a forwarded prison postcard from Dana Sue Gray. The former nurse killed and robbed 3 elderly women before a failed homicide attempt led to her arrest in 1994.
All Greco says is, I think you know what this is about. Dana is then handcuffed and taken to a waiting police car.
Though Gray claimed to only have financial motivations for killing, her correspondence with BTK revealed a genuine admiration for a fellow murderer. She's reportedly reached out to other criminals. Disturbingly, Rader just boasted about having a higher body count than Gray.
He just evil personified.
Edmund Kemper and Herbert Mullen. Investigation interrupted.
I'm an American, and I went off the deep end.
Since 1973, Edmund Kemper has been one of the most infamous inmates at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville. Many other serial killers have resided there with him, but Kemper has a unique history with Herbert Mullen. Each man's police investigation was compromised by their being active around the same area and time. They were finally captured 2 months apart, then became neighbors again at CMF. Kemper has claimed that he was previously aware of and had encounters with Mullen for years. They reportedly interacted more in prison, but mostly with hostility. Kemper nevertheless acknowledged finding a kindred spirit in his competitor. Mullen ultimately died at the California Healthcare Facility in Stockton in 2022.
Herbert Mullen died of natural causes.
Pedro Rodrigues Filho and Francisco de Assis Pereira. Targeted. One of Brazil's most notorious murderers is best known for his connection to a fictional serial killer. Pedro Rodrigues Filho's primarily targeting suspected criminals inspired Jeff Lindsay to create the vigilante Dexter Morgan. After leaving prison in 2007, Pedrinho Matador publicly expressed remorse for the many lives he took or planned to take. Among his targets, he claimed in an interview, was Francisco de Assis Pereira. Un Maniaco do Parque shocked Brazil when he confessed to 11 sexual assaults and murders in 1998. He epitomized what Filho stood against, and even survived a prison riot in 2000. While it's uncertain if Filho had a shot at Pereira, he maintained that meeting such violence with violence is senseless. In 2023, Filho was murdered by multiple unidentified assailants. Rodney Alcala and Richard Cottingham, co-workers.
Rodney Alcala will go down in history as one of the world's most evil killers.
Rodney Alcala and Richard Cottingham were 2 of New York's biggest serial killers in the 1970s. While it's not too surprising that they crossed paths, they did so daily. In '71, Alcala found work at an office of the health insurance company Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, where Cottingham worked as a computer operator.
He worked in what they refer to as Midtown Manhattan, right in the heart of the business district, the Blue Cross Blue Shield.
He was still working there when he was apprehended in 1980. Alcala, however, hopped jobs throughout the East and West coasts. earning the nickname the Dating Game Killer for his appearance on the eponymous California-based game show.
The detective frantically tried to call the police department and let other detectives know that he was on television.
He and the torso killer later claimed that they never interacted while working for BCBS. The coincidence nonetheless reflects the scale of New York's serial killing crisis at the time. Jack the Ripper and Peter Sutcliffe, possible copycat. In the more than 130 years since Jack the Ripper terrorized London, he has never been officially identified.
The only name linked with the Whitechapel murders, the strange character who prowls about after midnight.
But in the 1970s, he seemed to be active again in West Yorkshire. Peter Sutcliffe was ultimately convicted of killing 13 women, many of them sex workers. This profession was targeted by the Ripper and still attracts many serial killers. Though Sutcliffe didn't claim to be a copycat, his MO earned him the nickname the Yorkshire Ripper. Moreover, John Humble of Wearside infamously disrupted the police investigation by submitting a false confession signed Jack the Ripper.
The author signed himself Jack the Ripper.
Whatever Sutcliffe's objective was, his legacy is entangled with one of England's most fabled criminals. The Yorkshire Ripper, in fact, claimed more lives than his namesake.
Sutcliffe knew he was caught, and it was then he said, I know what you're leading up to. It's me, I'm the Ripper.
Kenneth Bianchi and Richard Ramirez, jail cell. The Hillside Strangler shook Los Angeles well before the killer was revealed to actually be two people.
Bono and Bianchi would move in together and become partners in crime.
It's believed that cousins Kenneth Bianchi and Angelo Bono Jr. partly inspired Richard Ramirez's killing spree. In any case, the Night Stalker found an unsettling upside to his arrest in 1985. According to the 2021 docuseries Night Stalker: The Hunt for a Serial Killer, Ramirez was elated to be placed in the same jail cell that held Bianchi after his own arrest.
I said, we're going to put you in the same cell as the Hillside Strangler.
With LA's long history of serial killers, two were likely to occupy the same space at a police station. But Ramirez's enthusiasm for his fellow killers and this coincidence distinguishes it as another indictment of his warped psyche.
And that's where we left them. We left them in Kenneth Bianchi's old cell.
John Wayne Gacy and Robin Gecht, employee. Besides his enterprises of Pogo the Clown and sadistic homicide, John Wayne Gacy ran the Chicagoland construction business PDM Contractors.
By June 1971, Gacy had saved enough money to start his own contracting company. He called it PDM.
Some of his victims worked for him. Years into his prison sentence, Gacy began insisting that most of the 33 murders behind his death penalty were committed by employees.
Hell, if you could see my schedule, my work schedule, you know damn well that I was never out there.
The only real substance to this far-fetched claim was Robin Gecht. The handyman led his own group, the Ripper Crew, who murdered 18 women in occult rituals during the 1980s. Investigation Discovery found evidence that Gecht did work for Gacy, but none that they collaborated on anything other than contract work. Whatever influence both men might have had on each other, their unspeakable crimes were made worse by their organizational skills.
He loved the idea that he could tell people, this is what I want you to do. I'm the boss.
The Zodiac Killer and Eddie Seda, copycat. The serial killer known as Zodiac has been mythologized due to his never being captured.
But the shocking truth is that Toschi very nearly did capture the Zodiac, as one of his letters revealed.
Thankfully, Heriberto Eddie Seda was. He targeted people based on their zodiac signs and sent coded letters to police and media.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Yeah, 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 yeah. It has been quite a while since I have covered any kick strippers. If I wanted to, I could have my entire channel dedicated to it, but alas, I would be sad. I would be a sad guy. I wish some crazy shit happened at TwitchCon, and I feel like it's time for another one of these things.
He has nothing better to do but to pay schizos on Kick to harass people.
The fuck? Who's doing that? These are freaks. These are some freaks out here. Kick is a bad platform. Kick is bad because the people that are on Kick
that are really well known that make the news are pieces of it's like how people feel about YouTubers from 2016 to 2018 with the pranks and the nonsense.
I just feel ashamed. I feel ashamed. I can't believe that we would fuck up like this.
We're a little higher brow now, us YouTube folk. You know, it'd be crazy though if you went to sour.gg and buyed some sour strips or some gummies. Okay, we have a new flavor every single week. We get good deals. For example, the 20% bacon and carry a. Just kidding, don't do that. I don't know. That's bad. I shouldn't say that, but or maybe I should. Yeah, responsibly. Anyways, we checked back in with the fools of Kick recently to see how they're doing, and unsurprisingly, they have not changed in the slightest, and they've gone back to their troglodytic behavior of harassing people in the real world.
The fact that Extra Emily had to run away from a Kick streamer because she felt unsafe is insane. Not once, but twice.
But this time, it was at TwitchCon 2024. Yeah, lots of chaos. What else could you expect from the epic platform known as Kick? I mean, the platform highlights the true scum of the earth in every single way, guys. They love them. It loves them. It loves them. Kick streamers at TwitchCon. It's not going to be a good thing. Kick at TwitchCon. It's honestly not that surprising that so many Kick streamers were at the Twitch convention. A lot of Twitch streamers start off as Twitch streamers, then they get banned for being pieces of shit, and then they go to Kick. So it's like, they're kind of like Twitch streamers, and then they fall off really hard, and then they go to Kick. And then they assault people. I don't know, dude.
You brought your community in here.
W community, man. W community.
All kinds of crap about me, to misgender me,
oh
to
my
troll
God.
me, all of the things that I was just talking about. Yet you came up here and disingenuously started to act like you were.
You're yapping.
No, I won't shut up.
All right, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. Yo, stop, bro. I still think of Kick as the place where you go when you get banned. Sort of like how people use Bumble instead of Tinder. It's the Undertale hole of the internet. The asshole of the internet, if you will.
Come on, bro. Give me my fucking glasses back. I'm gonna send you your money. We call it a day. We can just hug it out.
No. And if you are a member of the asshole of the internet, what better thing is there to be than a gigantic asshole?
Excuse me, I need to suck his. Maybe I'll get like. That's not gay, bro. It's like it's love, bro.
We've seen the countless videos I've made of terrible people from that platform and how they'll do anything for a small amount of clout. And that is exactly what happened at TwitchCon, my friends.
Hi, officer. David. You want me to go? Yeah, of course, officer. No problem. I need to go outside the building. Yeah, outside the building. But then they took my badge, so I can't come back in. Yeah, no. Are they trespassing me?
Since Kick is pretty new, it doesn't have the big support system that Twitch does, and Kick streamers felt the need to go to TwitchCon since technically it's just like streamers there, so they don't get their own con, so they're gonna go to TwitchCon and ruin it. All the purple, they're gonna ruin it.
Bro, listen. I get at the hotel, okay? I get at the hotel. Bing, 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 okay? Bing, bing. Nah. Shut up. Yo, I can fight, okay? I'm not E-Rob. One, I can see straight. Two, I can punch straight, bitch ass.
It's the perfect place to clout chase, all right, guys? All your favorite famous streamers are there, and what better way to get famous than to ride off of someone else's coattails? Sort of like what I'm doing right now. This situation caused bans for people on Kick, harassment to streamers. A lot has come out of this.
Take it down. So we gotta end the stream. You can go ahead and turn it off. Yeah, we gotta end the stream.
We will start off first by talking about a fella that was pushed into a moving train. That's right, a moving train. A Kick streamer by the name of DBR666 was recording outside of TwitchCon when a man came up to him and started harassing him. He then turned and pushed another Kick streamer into a moving train.
Oh, chill, bro.
The Kick streamer that was pushed was named Shuvy, and thankfully it was only the side of the train and not the front of the train, or this would be a much less funny video. So yeah, that's bad. Still evil. Glad it was the side of the train. Insanely evil. The guy was obviously, he pushed at someone at a train. I mean, how's that even? That's got to be some kind of, that's bad. That's pretty bad, I think. I feel like, at least. I don't think I'd ever do that. Would y'all do that? Comment down below if you would push someone into a moving train. Big difference between the side and the front.
Welcome back.
You ain't never seen nothing like this before. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? You think you're God's gift to this hospital?
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, it was Halloween night.
Because of course there's no other night it could be than Halloween, because that is when monsters struck inside a home. There had been 4 people inside this home, and while the ghouls and the goblins were knocking on their door to no answer, they could never have imagined in their wildest dreams the house of horrors that lay just on the other side.
Obviously, you got to know finding dead people doesn't really leave you in the right state of mind. Can do things to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And then everything that ensued.
This was a case that started all the way back in 2015, and it twists and turns for quite a long time, until right now, actually, if you can believe that, so buckle yourself up. Before we get into it, please subscribe to see new stories for the dark every single week. Now, let's give it a go. So this all begins in the small town of Pendleton, South Carolina. A pretty enough place, very small, only a few thousand folk living right in there. It is an old town. In fact, it is on the National Register of Historic Places. So look at you, Pendleton, way to go. But of course, you know, being an old town, it's probably got a dark history. There's enough time there to have a lot of skeletons and secrets galore. Pendleton lies close to Clemson and not really close to a whole lot else really. It's mostly home for families who work in the surrounding areas. The town of Pendleton, it sits in Anderson County, South Carolina, and there's actually a surprising number of murders and cold cases coming right from there, and not even touching the main topic of today's video. For example, in November 2012, a barrel was found in a lake in Anderson County. Inside that barrel was a body. That was the body of 37-year-old Andrea Mitchell. The very next day, they found another barrel with another body inside.
The Anderson County Sheriff's Office says the first barrel was found yesterday after receiving a tip from a passerby. It contained the body of a woman. Today she was identified, but her name is not being released. The other barrel was found around 3 o'clock this afternoon. As authorities work to determine the identification of this person, the Sheriff's Office is continuing to search Lake Hartwell for clues.
These cases would eventually be traced back to a John Michael Young, who murdered both of these people a month apart, subsequently dumping their bodies in barrels in Lake Hartwell. Their murderers were tracked down to a garage filled with chainsaws, knives, saws. Yeah. And as I said, if you look in the Anderson area Crime Stoppers, there's a startling number of cold cases, unsolved murders from this area. All of these people victims of unsolved homicides. The story I'm going to tell you would have been on that list for 8 long years. So, right in the autumn of 2015, skeletons weren't only just in the closet of the Anderson County, Pendleton area. Skeletons were walking down the streets, if you can believe that. It was Halloween night. Kids were going door to door, you know, knocking on them doors, giving out tricks in return for treats. Firecrackers and fireworks were lighting up the night sky. All you could hear was crack, 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 which is probably why nobody ever noticed another type of crack, crack, crack coming from a house on Refuge Road. After that, then, was silence. It was on November 2nd, 2015, that a 30-year-old woman named Amy was walking across the lawn towards that particular house. She had just been chilling over the weekend with her brand new shampoo husband. She had 2 kids from a previous relationship, but they had been away for the weekend. She had a boy and a girl, Savannah and Brady, and her husband's name was Ross. Or, well, his actual name was Ross Moore, because, you know, just when you don't have enough Ross, when you just need a little bit more, well, as you would, he went by Ross Velarde and Amy Velarde. Now, Amy Ross and the kids, they lived on the same property. There was 2 trailers. There was the main trailer, referred to as a double wide, in the front, and that's where her parents lived. And then at the back, about 50 yards across the back lawn, was a single wide where Amy, Ross Velarde, and their kids lived. In the main house lived Kathy and Mike Scott. That was Amy's mother and her stepfather. And along with Kathy and Mike lived one of each of their mothers, Violet Taylor, Kathy's mom, and Barbara Scott, Mike's mom. So there was like 4 generations of the family living on this one property. The house was located at 2217 Refuge Road, a 6-minute drive from downtown Big P. But there were plenty of neighbours around, it wasn't terribly remote. There was the primary house where the 4 older folk lived in the front, then the Vlardys and Amy's 2 young'uns in the back. So Amy's walking across the lawn that morning, hands in her pockets, whistling away, gonna go see her folks and both her grandmothers. Now, she hadn't seen them in a couple of days, but she thought they'd be home. Their car was out front, and Amy was a dog lover. She was all about it. So she hadn't seen the dogs out either for a while, so just want to go check and maybe let them out, making sure they're, doing their business, going for walks, all of that. That +3 autumn day, she walked over to the door, she turned the key, opened it up, and inside was complete silence. As I said, there was 4 people who lived here. She assumed they would be home as their cars were out front, but it was just completely dead inside. And it was completely dead inside. It was a small home, but each step was as heavy as an anvil as she walked into the main living room from the back patio, and what she saw, she just stopped immediately and saw pure carnage inside this double-wide trailer. She ran back to the trailer where she lived, telling Mike, just stay inside, keep the kids inside, don't let them, near the windows. And she dialed 911.
Oh my God, I need somebody out here. What's going on? Oh God. Man, I can't. There's 4 people. In my mama's house, and they're dead. Who are these people that are in the house? It's my mom, my grandma, and my Jenny, and my stepdad.
All 4 people who lived there, Kathy and Mike Scott, and then Barbara and Violet, were dead. Brutally murdered. Police arrived swiftly, though this was well into the more rural part on Refuge Road. This was not a place for violent crime at all. I mean, there was a couple of unsolved murders in Anderson County, but, well, I don't know really any places that would be familiar with a quadruple homicide. They had never seen a scene like this before, and I don't think they would ever want to see it again after. In fact, I think most people could agree on that. The police, slowly going through this bloodbath in the home, found in the living room 3 bodies. Mike's mother Barbara, and his mother-in-law Violet. Then in the bedroom lay Violet's daughter, Kathy. All had been shot and stabbed repeatedly. Whoever done this was not afraid of violence at all and was vengeful. It was a very gruesome scene. It was a house of horrors to the T.
Now, it all started here about 12:30 this afternoon. That's when deputies from Anderson County got a call about a possible shooting. When investigators went into the home, they found the victim. Discovery was made today by Kathy Scott's daughter. Now, deputies tell me at this point they don't know how or why this happened, only that they have a lot of investigating to do. Now, we are continuing to follow this story, and we have team coverage out here on the scene as family members and friends and neighbors are gathering, trying to come to grips with this tragedy.
So it was first thought that this horrific scene occurred on Halloween night because Mike had answered a phone call at around 9:30 p.m. from his sister. They'd been talking about college football and the Clemson game they had just watched. But then a following call the very next morning was unanswered, so murders must have occurred sometime on Halloween night. And their first thought was, well, you got 3 victims in the living room, and 1 victim kind of separate from everybody else. Was this a murder-suicide or something like that? Had Kathy somehow lost her mind, murdered the 3 others? Her mother, her husband, and her mother-in-law, and then that's why she was separate. She then walked away into the room and ended her own life. But no gun was found. No gun was found with Kathy, so that would lead you to believe then, well, where would it be? The forensics then, who swiftly came in, they were given a lash. They then actually uncovered something pretty interesting and also even more horrifying. Although all 4 victims had been shot repeatedly and stabbed repeatedly, it wasn't the gunshot that killed any of them. The 3 victims in the living room, they had all been shot post-mortem. They had all been shot twice in the head, but it had been the knives that had ended their lives. Kathy had been shot before she died, they could tell by like the blood and stuff like that, but the shot wasn't what killed her. It was actually a stab wound in the chest that killed her. So shooting 3 people twice in the head after they're dead, that's overkill of overkill. And all 4 had their throats, quote, filleted all the way open. This is hell. We talk a lot about true crime and murder scenes on that chapter, and I genuinely think after looking at the pictures of this one, it might be one of the worst ones I've ever seen. Now, the victims, right? You got Violet and you got Barbara, right? These lovely old grandmothers, 82 and 80 respectively. Who would want to hurt them? I mean, unless they were those type of like mean old ladies, but I don't think they were, and they were never described as that. They were described as these really, like your stereotypical grandmother. Soft-spoken, kind of quiet, very, very sweet, would get startled at anything. You come behind her, you put your hand on her shoulder, they'll jump out of her skin. They were both found on the floor wearing their pajamas, again, lending credence to the time of the attack. Mike, 58, he worked for the Department of Transportation. Kathy, 60, a homemaker. Mike and Kathy had been junior high school sweethearts in Pendleton. Then they broke up, as most teenage relationships do. They found each other again years later, and both were now caring for their elderly mothers. First, Violet, Kathy's mom, had moved in due to health issues, and then Mike's mom, Barbara, had moved in due to health issues. So Mike, he worked, during the days while his wife took care of the older ladies. And with all of the scene less than 50 yards away, you have Amy, Ross, and 2 young children.
Investigators say the victims didn't have time to fight back against the person who killed them. 7 News reporter Tony Cedrone talked with relatives tonight.
Do you need to get rid of bulky, unwanted items like old furniture, a used grill, or even a
I keep feeling like I should be waking up from a dream right now, and it's just not happening. So yeah, it's like a movie or something. It's not supposed to be real life. I went to knock on the door and I walked in. It was dark. I heard TVs on and I flipped the light on, and that's about as far as I can go on that one.
Velarde says her family has been kept out of the loop during the investigation, while investigators do everything they can to solve the crime.
And I understand, there again, they've got a job to do, but sometimes as family members, we want answers. And we just want to know what's going on.
And before we continue, let me talk to you for a second about Raycon, who are sponsoring this whole video. Guess what? It's back to school season 4. Some people get 2 devices at once. They send you everything you need. Supports us here. Once again, 2 wounds on him, but Mike didn't. So therefore, it must have been a surprise attack. And he was likely attacked first. He was likely attacked first with 6 stab wounds to his neck. So whoever... They didn't need to break in their way into the door, and they were able to get close enough to him to stab him 6 times. Maybe then the others had been in the room, or they came to see what the disturbance was, and the attack just went on and on and on. The 2 older ladies wouldn't have been able to get away. Then maybe Kathy came, she saw what was happening, she tried to run away, she tried to hide in the bedroom, but the attacker or attackers followed her in. Neither of the murder weapons, the knife or the gun, was found at the scene. The knife was believed to be like a military-style knife, with a hilt on it, because some of the stab wounds had bruising in the shape of the hilt. That's how forceful the knife had been used. The gun, they could tell, was a .38 caliber revolver, but interestingly enough, they found a holster for a .38 caliber revolver in Kathy's bedroom, where she had died. So maybe the attack had happened, Kathy had ran to try and get the gun to defend herself. The killers followed her in, they were able to get the gun off her, they shot her. Then Kathy was stabbed to death. Then maybe the killer went her in with this gun, shooting everybody else, the already dead people. Now, although Mike worked for the Department of Transportation, he did buy and sell gold and other valuables. Collector's coins, collector's weapons, collector's rifles and handguns, that kind of thing. So a robbery was the most likely motive. Well, the robbery and their lives. The murders were far too horrific to have been unplanned. Mike also stored thousands and thousands of dollars in the home. He didn't like having money in the bank. Mike and Kathy, they didn't trust the bank. Hey, listen, banks can collapse and lose all your money. You've seen that movie before. And it did appear like a safe had been missing from the home. The police found like a shelf that was like crooked, as if there had been, you know, something heavy on it, like a safe. He usually would have kept somewhere between 60 and 80 grand in bills in the home. Did the police find it? You bet their ass they did not. Now, Mike had previously been through a difficult period in his life. I believe he had some substance, alcohol issues, but he was said to be a positive person who worked hard and loved his family. Mike had actually stopped, though, conducting transactions of gold because, guess what? He was afraid for his safety, and Kathy was afraid for her safety because, you know, dealing with a cash business, it can sometimes go sour. Now, they never actually did those transactions, though, out of their own home. So, some kind of unruly customer, they would often sell things on like eBay and on Facebook, but it's unlikely, you know, they would have known where they lived. But I mean, hey, listen, anybody can find out where you live, am I right? And then, of course, if they did, I mean, one of the reasons you want to keep your money and your valuables in the bank is because it's very unlikely somebody's going to be able to break into a bank, but they can sure as shit break into your home. With all of this, it must have been someone they knew who did this violently, was able to get in, attacked them before they were able to defend themselves, and then knew where the money in the safe was.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out.
If you were talking directly to the person, do you want to look in the camera and just say exactly what you would say to that person?
I can't say that on TV. I'm just going to be honest. I can't say that on TV.
So the police spread out like a spider web from there. First, of course, going across to the Velarde trailer that was just out back, where Ross and Amy lived. See, one thing did strike the investigators as odd. On the table inside the murder scene were like toys, like kids' toys. And usually, you know, if you're grandparents and you're looking after kids a while, you'd probably have them in a box and just like put them away when the kids aren't here. So the fact that the toys were out was either like, were the kids just here, or were they preparing for the kids? Had they been planning on spending a great Halloween night together? And instead, other kind of monsters came in. Amy and Ross, as I said, they lived only 50 yards away, and they ran their own pet grooming business, Styles for Miles. Amy was always described as the wild child of the Scott family. She was the only daughter of Kathy. Ross was former military, a decorated US Marine who had even received specialized training. He was one of those Marines who guarded embassies. The American embassy he had been stationed at, the one in Dublin, of course. That's him outside it there. Amy and Ross had, if you can believe it, married only 1 week before the murders on the 24th of October. But, you know, Amy had 2 kids from a previous relationship. This wasn't her first rodeo. And Amy was for sure as shit the decision maker in this relationship. She wore pants, that's for sure. It seems like everybody would say, you know, Ross was kind of just like, you do whatever, she said. But everybody liked Ross. Happy out. A search of the Velardes swiftly followed. And in the home, that trailer just hit back. The police found something they weren't exactly expecting to find. $60,000 to $70,000 in bills, cash bills. Weird, that's weird. Or Mike is supposed to have that money. What's it doing here? And one thing that the police also found interesting is that speaking to other family members and people who knew them, family friends, Amy and Ross were experiencing money troubles. Really money. Like apparently, dog groom business, SHITE, that's how good it was going. It wasn't taking off like they had hoped, and their cars were being repossessed. The store they rented for their business was on their ass about rent. So pretty unusual finding that much money in the home of people who were allegedly broke. They also found an image of Mike's money. See, Mike had taken a picture of his dollar bills, sent it on Facebook to a colleague at work. Before you're going to buy something off him, here's proof of how much money I have. So they were able to see that Mike's money matched the money that was found in the Velardes in their home. And it wasn't just like it was the same amount of money. They could see the serial numbers were the same on the dollar bills. But of course, when Amy and Ross were asked, how do you have all this money? Life savings. Ross, he'd gotten like a big, huge settlement out of the military. It was on disability. And so he was like, you know, it's money from that. It's me and Amy been great little savers, you know, been saving up our little pennies in the piggy bank. That sounded like a lie, because even former employees of their dog grooming business would say, yeah, they never paid us full, like once, ever. In fact, that's why we were former employees, because they weren't paying us. They also found a large stash of guns now, which is not that unusual. Ross was former military and he liked his guns, which is fine. And none of those were the murder weapon. Their DNA was in the double-wide trailer where the murders had happened, but of course it would be. It's a family you know, they would see them all the time pretty regularly. But this was already enough that, I mean, almost from like Jump Street eyebrows were being raised as to who could commit such a horrific crime.
The stuff you see on TV, that has nothing, that you can't compare that. You can't compare that.
A week after a quadruple murder, a family is still searching for answers.
We used to have family dinners right here.
For Amy Velarde,
it's just been a blur.
They say they never heard any gunshots or anything out of the ordinary from their house just around the corner.
There would be in total 6 search warrants executed on the Velarde's home and a storage unit they owned, searching it from top to bottom. See, Amy and Ross did not get on well with the older folks at all, and it all stemmed from an incident maybe 4 or 5 months before all of this. It was the 4th of July, and Mike and Kathy had been taking the kids, their grandchildren, to like a church function for like some kind of celebration on the 4th of July. And when they got back to the house, they found Amy and Ross and some of their friends completely hammered drunk, like way out of it. And so Mike and Kathy, they were like, okay, we'll take the kids, you can keep getting shit-faced, and that just set off Amy, like you wouldn't believe, like a light bulb. This led to a huge fight which just kept escalating, and then some more.
Right, here we go. Another fun-filled day with a narcissistic family. Him and that old woman every time.
For example, after this, Amy forbade her kids from seeing either their grandparents or their great-grandmothers, which was completely heartbreaking, you know, because that was like all they lived for, you know, that kind of way. Like Mike would come over hat in hand, just apologizing, begging to be able to see, you know, begging for his own sake and the other one's sake to be able to see, and Amy would just give him the bird. For example, he texted her this: "Your mother and I want to apologize. No favors asked or requests. We have 2 elderly people suffering from this. They have done nothing wrong. This has been very tough on all involved. We all make mistakes. It's best to try and learn from them. Please take into consideration the elderly. Our prayers continue for you all. Thanks for your time." Obviously, like a very nice message, like kind of almost like too nice message, but clearly begging to be able to see the grandchildren. She eventually relented, sort of. See, again, like Catholic and Mike pretty much raised Amy's kids. Amy was off doing like whatever she was doing, while Mike and Kathy were there, taking them to school, taking them to church, taking them to whatever, changing diapers, doing all of this sort of stuff. Amy was described by family as a spoiled, narcissistic, vindictive witch. Okay, she wasn't actually literally described by that, I'm paraphrasing here. But her own kids were like the workhorse in her arsenal against her parents. An argument. Get the kids out. She needed money. Kids?
Well, I can't sit there and just let you be alone with my children right now. Well, what would I do to it? I mean, emotional damage? Yes,
This would lead to fights, which sometimes escalated to physical, literal fights on, like, in the home.
I don't know what Dad does. Feathers?
Yeah, that's right, Gabby. I know that.
Yeah, I'll show you stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, look.
One of the things it's also believed that was like a burning pit of rage for Amy was that, well, Amy's father, Kathy's first husband, he'd been like a mechanic, and a car he'd been working on had crushed him in the shop. So he'd been rushed to hospital, but it was not good at all, and it really didn't look like he was going to make it. Kathy was the one who had to switch off the life support for him, which, you know, the whole situation is incredibly tragic, but that seems to be one thing Amy just never forgot. Amy never forgot that, and she would hold that against her mother. I guess Amy believed it was premature. You killed my dad, essentially. And that probably was just like a bitterness that Amy could just never shake. Didn't forgive it, didn't forget it. And Amy would regularly take to the internet, if you can believe it, passive-aggressive and also then just aggressive. But of course, you know, when it came to the murder investigation, both Amy and Ross were extremely cooperative. Though, of course, you have the means, the motive, and the opportunity, and then Ross, kind of like former specialized Marine with special training, would probably be pretty good with a knife and kind of know where to stick it in you to, you know, end you.
Investigators say the killer slashed their throats and shot them dead, and the culprit is still on the loose.
We've followed through with every lead that has come in. We still don't have any witnesses or anyone to confess.
Investigators are telling us they want anyone with information to call the Anderson County Sheriff's Office. You can also report any tips anonymously to Crime Stop.
One of the only clues as to the perpetrator was a shoe imprint, an Asics sneaker. Days would become weeks, followed by months and years as the case went cold. Amy and Ross, they chucked out all the shit that was in the house and they moved into this big old house. You know, Amy would be there, blood-soaked carpet. Out she get. She moved herself in there. They did a big remodeling job of this home, and so it was their brand new shampoo home. Listen, all's well that ends well for them. They later sold that home, though. I think they're probably quite familiar with lawsuits because they ended up getting sued for a lot of money when they took the $10,000 deposit but never handed over the deed. So that didn't end well for them, and they moved to a home in West Columbia, South Carolina. They then opened a new mobile, take it to you, a dog grooming business. And if you're, under suspicion, a good way is to ingratiate yourself with the local law for any folks out there who might be up to no good. So they, of course, offered complimentary canine servicing in the local KC Police Department. They would plea again and again for the real killer to please come forward. We need to know. 7 months later on Facebook, a big piece of my heart lives in heaven, and she is my mom. It's really interesting from a psychological perspective to see Amy and Ross do these pleas on TV, to post these things. I mean, nothing was proven. That she or Ross killed the 4 people in an extremely horrifying, nightmarish, brutal attack. But the psychology of just if they did do it, appearing on TV again and again, doing these pleas and these crocodile tears and posting these things on Facebook, it's pretty wild. People talk about this a lot. Of course, there was lots of rumors in the town and online about, what was going on. But her Facebook posts are pretty funny. Because, of course, hey, she, as a victim of crime herself, she would also, be on the lookout. Man, 53, beaten to death. Eyebrows raised, not far from my house. Then goes on and talks about people judging her, and the final comment, this is why nothing gets figured out about the murders, because everyone is too worried about me. But all the while, as years and years passed, the investigations into the murders, they continued. See, digging into the Velarde's dog grooming business, well, it wasn't quite the success they had hoped for. As I said, the year of the murders, they'd made less than $30,000. But in the previous year, 2014, they had bought a new truck, new car, two motorbikes, Harleys, if you can believe it. And then 1 month before the murders, Ross texted Amy saying, please stop spending money. We have $40 left in our account. Another example that came up repeatedly was that they owed somebody $8,000. So they gave them a check and said, don't cash that check until November 2nd. Then what happens November 2nd? Ross shows up with $8,000 in cash. Amazing. His life savings finally came true, and his in-laws' family were all murdered on the same day. 6 months after the quadruple murder, Amy and Ross actually sued the Anderson County Sheriff's Department for the return of property seized during those searches of their place. They, of course, had taken the money that matched the serial numbers, from Mike's home in the picture, because, well, that's obviously his money. They'd also taken Ross's guns, but Amy and Ross were arguing that that's just money. That's our money. It's our life savings. It's not of sufficient evidentiary value, is the word they used. Their lawyers used. This, however, then led to an even bigger legal battle with family of the deceased. See, what's really interesting here, and what was dug up, is that Violet, Kathy's mom, Amy's grandmom, she'd come into a lot of money when in 1985 her husband had passed away. Violet, getting old, her health deteriorating, and moved in with Kathy, and Kathy looking after her all the time. Eventually, Violet gave her power of attorney to handle all of her affairs and put them in order. Kathy then made the unusual decision of withdrawing about $100,000 from Violet's account, unbeknownst to her own siblings, of course, who also would have, been due to inherit this money. Kathy withdrew that money and placed it in checking accounts and investment accounts in her own name. So, well, that's kind of not on. And this is all completely separate to Mike's money. And Kathy, it seems, made the hugely terrible mistake of telling Amy this. So with Kathy's death, that would have been a lot of money to get, and not counting the cash that Mike had in his home. However, this then led to a lawsuit in 2018 when Kathy's brothers, that's essentially their inheritance money that Kathy had kind of stolen from her own mother, and then Amy was trying to get her claws onto it. But the judge sided with the family, saying that Kathy had, quote, breached her fiduciary duty by moving her mom's money into her own account. So as you can imagine, Amy was not happy about that.
Bossa Nova hits the beat. Today marks 1 year since 4 people were found dead at an upstate home. Investigators say the killer is still out there, but there are some new developments.
It's now been 3 years since the 4 brutal murders of the Scott and Taylor families in Pendleton.
7 years since this unimaginable crime in Pendleton.
This case was never out of the news for long, and as you can imagine, never far from anyone's minds. But it was a tough nut they couldn't crack. It wasn't until a new detective came in and they started all over once again. Let's go back and begin at the very, very beginning. Time, can act as a window cleaner. Okay, it's not my best analogy. Their alibi was that they had been in the weekend pretty much the entire time, but they hadn't seen anything. Amy and Ross, they hadn't seen anything. They hadn't heard any gunshots, nothing. Then only discovering the scene on the Monday morning when they hadn't seen him in a couple of days and they wanted to see the dogs. And the phones also placed them there at that time. A text Amy sent to Ross at 8:30 p.m. read, 10 more minutes, lol. Everyone is up now and talking, ha 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 ha. Take my car and grab a 6-pack. Which the police then began to think, well, that likely means maybe she wasn't at home. How would she know everybody was up now? Maybe she was in the trailer with the rest of them. Maybe trying to talk to them, distract them, getting ready to kill them. See, one of the reasons they took it slow was that all of the evidence was circumstantial, and time can make alibis wither and die on the vine. See, at the time of the murders, right, Ross said he didn't go and collect his kids till the Sunday morning, which would have been the day after the murders, but the scene hadn't been discovered yet. But he would then change his story years later and say, oh no, he had actually been there on a Saturday collecting his kids, which disagreed with what he had originally said and what his phone said. Police found footage of that beer run Ross had done the night of.